We freaking did it. We freaking did it. We made it. Welcome. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. That's not my music. Wait. God damn it. There we go. Got it. Welcome, everybody, to Friday. We freaking did it. Let's go. I hope you had an awesome week. I hope you had an awesome Friday. Thank you so much for showing up tonight. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I spend all week looking forward to tonight for Curtain, for this weird, silly performance we do. But yeah, hello. Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing tonight? Thank you. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the stream. Siren Ezra, welcome. You came at a perfect night. You came on a perfect night. This is performance night. This is the weirdest stream all week. Make yourselves at home. Pull up a chair. Pull up a chair. Hello, who's all here? Welcome to Lisa. Welcome Unknown. Welcome Shadoof. Welcome Mitchell. Welcome Skyitsune. Welcome Imperial Monarch. Wow, it's been a while. How you been, Imperial? Goliarb, hello. Stares at Mel. Objection! Your Honor, the witness hasn't been booped today. I request that the witness be held in contempt until the boop can be performed. The witness? Can the witness? I guess you can be held. I guess anyone can be held in contempt of court, can't they? Well, welcome, Goliarb. How are you doing? And might I add, that 9-month purple badge looks absolutely dashing on you. I hope you're having an awesome night. To my new chatters, Siren Ezra, as well as Kazuma Ryu. Are you here? Kazuma Ryu, welcome to my chat. I'm glad that you're here. Although I suspect you're a new username because I feel like I remember someone else who introduced themselves that way. So if that's you, welcome back. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Bunny, welcome. Bunny, how are you, honey? Cav, welcome. Kadzanyan, welcome. Welcome. Glitching Go-Go, hello. Hello, Zuffins. Hello, Crimson Scythe. Ben, hey. Ben, how are you? Jono, welcome. Welcome. Trooper Zero. Bum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum 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 ba da ba ba. And yet now you're Kazuma. I'm fascinated by the name change. So welcome back to the community, Kazuma. Speaking of name change, did y'all see? Did you? Do I have to show you? Can we celebrate for a second? Can we just celebrate for a second? Can we just celebrate my girl, Yura, for getting that name change? Let's get in there. Enhance. How fucking cool is that? I'm so freaking proud of her. And she is climbing. She's going to pass me by soon. She's at 7K, heading for 10K. She's doing wonderful. And I'm so excited for her. I could not be more proud. So, how freaking cool is that? If you have a chance, head over to her channel when she's live or hop over to her on Twitch and throw her some love because she's been working really hard for this. So, very excited about that. So, yeah, that's happening. My girl Yura finally becoming a regular Yura rather than a Yura underscore VT. That's very exciting. I'm excited about that. Grueling Conch, welcome. Just stopping by since doing college work. Well, I'm sorry I won't have you for it. If you do show up in time for the performance in minutes, I I hope you have fun. But if you're working tonight, that's totally fine. That's why the VOD will be there. And if I know what the hell is good for me, I will in fact put it into its own playlist so it's easier to find. Because I realize my YouTube channel is what one would call a flaming dumpster fire. It's a trash heap, a pile of shit at the moment. It is just full uploads. Full upload, like 6-hour archive videos, which, like, the 3 of you that have the patience for that, I fucking love you for it. But at some point, I know I need to turn that into something a little bit more accessible. But the least I can do is get that shit into a playlist for you. Did I remember the hot water this time, Goliam? I did. I've got a big thing of hot water, which is going to be so good. Like I was saying, it's going to be really good. Yeah, so the short answer is I've got hot water, and I'm really excited about it. It is just freaking magical when you're in the booth. Cannot recommend enough. That probably sounded terrible. Alan Hobson, welcome. Late night crew. It is 7 p.m. in my time zone. I know. I'm doing wonderfully. I hope you're having a wonderful night. I hope you'll stick around. It's good to see you. And again, Siren, welcome. It's very nice to meet you. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad that you're part of my, that you're stopping by. I hope you'll consider sticking around and maybe coming back. Amelia, welcome. Cav, I've consumed an eating monster. Y'all are stuck with me tonight. Cav, challenge accepted. I'm excited to see if you can stay awake. Cav has been living on an upside down schedule ever since getting back from Germany, so I will be excited to see if you can pull this one off. Watching me and playing Tekken 8 at the same time. Well, I hope I can serve as a phenomenal distraction for you, since you've tuned in on performance night. So it's going to be one hell of a stream, Kazuma. Luigi, welcome. It's been a while since we talked. I'm glad you're here. Welcome. So as usual on Fridays, we don't do that long of a just chatting because I'm trying to stretch my voice as much as possible. This is a light performance stream, which means I might not get to every single message. We are playing Ace Attorney Trilogy, and we are in our second day of Rise from the Ashes. Now, I went a little long last Friday. So if you watched the VOD from last Friday, or if you were here last Friday, you might remember me being super fucked up by the end. So some of the voices by the end were scratchy as fuck. Today, unlike last week, I was not talking all fucking day before getting to the stream. I'm coming in fresh. So hopefully tonight we'll be able to make good progress and my voice won't fall over. So I can do this story justice, because this is my absolute favorite case in the whole series. I think it's perfect. And if you know this one, don't spoil it. But do sit back and relax and enjoy the ride. When we left off last, we got through day 1 of the trial. Angel Star, the cough-up queen, perjured herself like 37 times on the stand. It was a freaking nightmare. And when all hope seemed lost, the police chief of all people, Damon Gant, showed up, who is like this big, happy Santa Claus dude in a red and or orange suit, depending on how you interpret stylistic choices in this game. Just like Edgeworth can be interpreted as either a red or rose-colored suit, whatever that color is. And he brought with him a fascinating twist. He was delivering a piece of evidence found at the crime scene, and he also dropped off a puzzle saying that he'd found a weapon at the crime scene, but it was not a weapon from this crime, and it's actually connected to another crime. He's like, and I want to help you with this, but it's a little tough. I'm in a weird situation as police chief right now. You see, there's a lot of red tape, and technically this other case is classified, and I can't tell you about it unless you can prove it's related to the current case. And boy, fucking did we. We found out that the victim of the murder at the police station and the victim of the murder in the prosecutor's parking lot are the same person. But there are two different murder weapons, and they happened at the same time on two completely different parts of town. So, what the fuck does that mean? Absolutely could not continue the trial, so we had to go off into the next day. The only other interesting thing that happened, Edgeworth was on edge, no pun intended, and kind of threw a fit at the police chief, because typically the police serve the prosecutor once you get to court, but the police chief is obviously like a super, super powerful guy. So he like kind of tiptoed around getting pissed at the police chief for not presenting this evidence sooner and for like completely throwing his case as prosecutor like into a fucking paper shredder. And we saw another side of the police chief for a second. And he has like a bit of a scary side when he has to assert his authority. And he turned the tables on Edgeworth and pointed out the fact that Edgeworth has been so fixated on this current case that he actually sent away the messenger, Officer Meekins, delivering this crucial tie-in at the very start of the fucking day in what seemed just like a walk-on, like nothing sort of comedic part, was like the major tie-in that we threw in the garbage right off the bat because we ignored it because it was a distraction. And that's a huge problem for Edgeworth. So he's like getting a citation or something. Like, shit's going down. All I'm going to say is shit's going down between the police office, the police station, and the prosecutor's office. By the way, the chief prosecutor is the suspect in the murder. So, like, the whole legal system is falling apart at the seams right now. So, that's where we come in today for day 2. And with that in mind, let's boot the freaking game up and let's play. I used to do these back in the day, and I would do like a full write-up. I would give like a 7-minute breakdown. That was probably like 4 minutes, but I would give like a 7 to 8 minute breakdown of every twist and turn in the case. Every single day we would get to the next part. But I wouldn't like improv it. I would like write it up in advance. As usual, no backseating, please. No spoilers, please. If you have a genuine curiosity and you've never played the game before, I love your ideas. But if you know too much, I'd rather you keep it to yourself and just appreciate the twists and turns, so everyone can enjoy this and appreciate it together. That's a big Yura sign. All right, and without further ado, we begin day 2, Investigation, Rise from the Ashes. And as always, if you want to hear me say something awesome or stupid or say so or sus, 200 bits will buy it. Although, we had some come in like during super key moments last week. I might save it and then hit it after we get through like that moment. So bear with me if I don't do it immediately. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with this case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room. What's this "and the evidence room" part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're gonna find out. Or try to, at least. All right, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's gonna be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Emma? Are you a mind reader? That last line was literally in my head. That's what the parentheses are for. That was a mental note. Is she answering my thought? Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us. February 23rd, prosecutor's office, underground parking lot. You know, I really don't think we should worry too much about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing, I know it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at a crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all! Oh, you're reading my head again. What the fuck is happening? That's not it at all. It's just... We're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is luminol testing fluid. Hey, Tito. Hey, Sunglass Kid. Luminol? Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. We're testing blood stains with this stuff, not drinking it. Here, look. I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Ooh. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press enter to here's a tutorial happening out loud in real life. Press enter to spray it on. What part of this is enter? Emma? Okay, let's find some blood stains. Hey, Heron Dragon. Honestly wonder how this works on PC in terms of controls. Well, the 3D Trilogy is on PC, and I can tell you it depends. I'm actually using a controller most of the time, but it also works decently well with a mouse. I find things are a little bit all over the place, sometimes to click, so I actually find it a little easier to do the controller. But you know what the mouse is really good for? It's really good for like hitting pinpoint things without having to wait for it to drag over there. So like when I'm doing investigations, sometimes I'll grab the mouse just because it's faster. I can just click on the thing I want immediately. You know what I mean? All right, let's see. Ooh. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So is this a bloodstain? It's so... Emma, you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. Scientific investigation in action. Okay. Well, we definitely know that this is a blood stain. But doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course. What is odd about this scientifically? The bloodstain's location or the amount of blood? Well, I would probably say the amount of blood. Because if you remember from last week, Officer Goodman's shoe was like covered in blood. And he was hanging out upside down from a trunk. And supposedly there was enough blood that they needed an entire fucking bin of water to wash it away. So the fact that there's only 3 drops is really weird. I feel like there should be a lot more blood. There's certainly not enough blood for him to have stepped in it and gotten it across half of his shoe, right? The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. Thank you! Thank you! It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans from where... I'm gonna mark up the floor plans when we find a blood stain, okay? See? I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. Luminol testing fluid, received from one very proud-looking Emma Skye. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. And let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. It feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Who do we think this is? I bet this is Angel. I think this is Angel. It's either Angel or it's Cassidy. Whatever his name is. I think it's Angel. Let's try Angel, and I'll be really embarrassed if it isn't. Oh, so good. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Ms. Starr. You only trust your own eyes, huh? Not bad, you two. The day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just... that kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Do you want this day-old sushi? You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there. But I wasn't afraid. Whoops. I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Skye stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. Hey, Hathorn. Hey, Aided. Hey, Freud Boy. And hey, Heron Dragon. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? Photograph. This one, right? The one we've been looking at. Why is she covered in blood? Whose jacket is that? Is that her jacket covered in blood? She doesn't have a wound. That's the other thing I don't understand, is that her hand is cut, but at the moment of the crime, she's wearing gloves. So when did she cut her hand? When did her blood get on Detective Goodman's shoe? So many questions. Blockus, welcome. So, you were a detective, weren't you, Mister? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes. It was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect. And before long, they called me the cough-up queen. And here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go? Or fired? I felt that I'd found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if these prim and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... Can I ask about it, please? What do you think about this? The SL9 incident? It's written on that knife. And on the note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case. The murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected. SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? No, apparently not, since it's not frickin' here as an option. Can I present the knife now? Would you like to tell me about the case if I present a different piece of evidence? Yep, we've gotten this. Apparently not. Weird. What about the shoe? Could you take a look at this? You. Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? No, but thanks. She didn't even look at it. Oh, you must have to brew the leaves for a long time to get rich flavor like this. We pre-infuse the leaves with steam before brewing. I knew it! So that's the secret to their aroma. Exquisite. You'll only thing I'm smelling here is a wasted time. Alright, well. What about the voicemail message? It was when I grabbed the chief prosecutor on the shoulder. She dropped that phone on the pavement. That's when you heard her talking about Muffler, right? Little did I know, it was a trap. The red car's muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler. What was Miss Sky really trying to say, I wonder? Oh, speaking of which, is it still there? Or is that what was brought in? You know what? I think that's what the knife was in, wasn't it? Yeah, sorry, never mind. Wrapped in the defendant's muffler, small tag attached. So we already found the muffler. Never mind. You know what? Actually, as long as she's not saying anything to us, let's just do a little bit of an investigation, shall we? Nope, 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 nope. Can I? That's not what I wanted to do. Maybe if I use it over here. Okay, so great. Interesting. Well, she doesn't seem to be helping us very much, so in the meantime, why don't we go check out some of the other places? Maybe we can come back later when we think of something. Let's see if Edgeworth is upstairs. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. Well, this place is as classy today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. All right, nothing here. What about we go to the detention center? February 23rd, detention center, visitor's room. Looks like Ms. Sky is in questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say that they'd arrested a suspect in the police department murder? Let's come back later. Did they arrest a suspect in the police department murder? Did they? Let's go to the police department. February 23rd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yeah, but the same detective was also killed in this... Yeah, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, it makes my head hurt. Well, first things first. Let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yeah, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up... dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's gonna help us much either. Can we talk to this guy? That must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in evidence room? Tell no one outside the police department. No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything! Someone's getting a demotion. What the fuck? That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know. The killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. So this is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger. Future star of the police department, of the police force. The design's a little changed from the one outside. Ah, well, the Dancing Blue Badger trademark is still under development, you see. You have it trademarked? Absolutely. It's cutting edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares. Okay, so there's like nothing for us to do here. I never know how to do like the side characters. Can we go to the entrance? February 23rd, Police Department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room. The scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. And before we go in, real quick, we actually only have like 10 minutes before I have an ad that I have to skip. So I'm going to hit the 3-minute button. I'm just going to really quickly hit the restroom. If you need to stretch your legs, do that. And then we'll jump into the guard station. I didn't realize I had an ad coming up so soon. I'll see you in just a few minutes. BRB. All right. 3, 2, 1, and welcome back, everybody. Let's continue, shall we? Going into the guard station, and judging by this picture, I already know who works here. I'm pretty sure some of you do too. February 23rd, evidence room entrance, guard station. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So beyond that door is the evidence room? The scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh. What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is if this is a guard station, where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. And the first thing I gotta know about is fucking, are we kidding? Seriously? Seriously? Look on the floor, a lasso. Huh. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap? Here? Wait, I know! Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. But the lasso missed? You sure have an active imagination. We drinking on the job? We have multiple bottles? Texas! Yikes, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. Let me try that one again. These cacti, they're a lot like my sister, actually. How? How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell, with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. Huh. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Wow, that center places. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... Oh, what was that called again? A punchy? Paunchy? Pinchy? I know, a poochie. Maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. It looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of here. And the door. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It won't open. You thought it would just open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Same thing. Okay. So this, oh wait, what is this? This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a, yeah, myself. Okay, so evidence room is here, but we can't get in because it's locked. We need to get permission to get in. So, who do we have to talk to get permission? Emma, do me a favor and walk up to the rope and stand in the circle. Goalie herb. Huh. Maybe I do need to show her something else. had one of those up until 2 years ago. Presenting the ID of Goodman. Back when you were the cough-up queen, right? Back when you were the cough-up queen, right? We found this ID card here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. What about the picture? If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room. But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime? I rushed towards the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime. Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Ms. Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl. I've had my testimony disregarded before. And I wasn't going to have it disregarded again. Just like that time. That time. Can we ask you about it now? Oh, thank God. All right, good. Finally get a little information on the SL9 case. Can that ID card get us into the evidence room? That's an interesting idea. Should we try it? Hold on. Do you think it would work? I can't present it, is the problem. I can't present it. So, it could theoretically let me in, but the game won't let me right now. That's a good idea, though, Golier. Bah!
Jake Marshall.
Jake Marshall, huh?
Oh, all those bottles in my office. There are my spicy sauces. Yeah, that doesn't get more Texan than hot sauce. I don't drink on.
Wow, that yell was kind of great.
This flask, it's got water, definitely not vodka.
All right, let me see if I can do this one. Do I remember how this character sounds?
All right. What? All those bottles in my office? They're my spicy sauces. Yeah, that.
Is this what he sounds like?
Hey there, little bambina.
Yeah, sure, close enough.
What? All those bottles in my office? They're, my spicy sauces. Yeah, that. Doesn't get much more Texan than hot sauce. I don't drink on the job. Oh, this flask I got, it's water. Definitely not vodka. Definitely not vodka. Definitely not vodka.
Yeah. Thank you, unknown. All right, shall we ask her about this? That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So, they didn't solve it? Look who it is. Angel. That's Marshall. That's Goodman. Don't know who that is. They didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yeah, the criminal got what was coming to him. It didn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, They never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen. Others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly. Detective Jake Marshall. Oops. I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined. And then, it was over. And he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten. And neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case. A hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait. Those lunches you sell. There's only one reason I come to sell lunches on this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have, anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, Rookie? What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. Oh my God, that looks so fucking good. Jesus Christ, is that a steak? With some fries and asparagus and potatoes and fucking carrots? I would eat the shit out of that right now. Then you should take this. A Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Steak lunch received from Ms. Starr. Ms. Starr? Officer Marshall, is he your... Are you his... Are you going out? Huh. Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Huh. All right, so despite all that perjury, Angel Starr just became so interesting, didn't she? Like, she just became a completely different character. It's almost like, I'm not saying the perjury was right, obviously, but it's almost like she was role-playing, and she's been role-playing so she can work undercover and try to like blow open this like mishandled case she still feels passionately about. That's so interesting to me. Odds that the person who murdered Goodman is a relative of the person that was sentenced to death in the SL9 case. Interesting. Well, I have a feeling I know who to give this steak to. So let's see if they're at the guardhouse. February 23rd, police department entrance. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Who is this? This is either Gumshoe or Meekins. I'm gonna take a chance and say Meekins. This is like a challenge for me. Is based on like the opening line, can I tell which character it is like almost like a mini game for me. I think Meekins. Please! Huh? Wasn't that? Oh shit, it was him. Never mind, let me start over.
Hey, please!
Wait a minute, isn't that?
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Gumshoe.
Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale.
Mm-hmm.
I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now's no time for despair.
Excuse me?
Now's no time for despair. We caught our criminal, and now we just need evidence.
The criminal? You mean?
You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal?
On the same day that detective was killed in the On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Another detective was killed at the police department?
And that perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy.
But Detective Gumshoe, who was it?
Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly.
That doesn't help me. Wait, don't leave.
If you wanna know more, head down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down to have...
Fucking hell. Sorry, I swear to God I'll get this line. I'm rushing.
Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
Have a good night, Siren. And thanks for stopping by. This is a hell of a night to show up. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Can I go in there now? Well, shit, I guess we have to go down to the detention center. February 23rd, detention center visitors room. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best not to go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Oh. I think I found Meekins. What was that?
That's not what I'm saying!
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
Sir, that's what I'm saying! Me, a perpetrator! I'd say I was the perpetrated against, sir! That's what I'd say! Hi. Greetings, sir.
Wait, I know who you are.
Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
Officer Meekins, so you're the guard here at the detention center?
No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir.
Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report.
No, sir. How should I say this?
Wait. He isn't. Is he? Officer Meekins, you didn't. Did you?
Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir!
What? What? Now this is an unexpected turn of events. Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting. Can I point out something? I love more than anything else right now, more than anything else, I love that his badge is him doing the same stupid salute that he's doing right now. Look at this. He's literally a mirror of himself. Why is his hand bandaged, I wonder? I love him so much. I wish to be this man. We can all aspire to be like Meekins.
Sir, I am a patrolman with the General Affairs, sir. Sir.
Ow! I can hear you fine, Officer Meekins.
I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. I would bully this man, Cav.
So normally there's a guard at the evidence room.
That's right, sir. Because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Jake Marshall.
Marshall?
Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Ah, ah, ow, 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 ow.
What the heck is this guy doing? So, what happened then?
After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center.
How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand?
Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir.
A bandage on his hand. Just like Ms. Skye. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first. I don't think they did ashes for the anime. I don't think so. I think they stuck to, because Ashes is like DLC basically. I think they basically just stuck to like the core cases. First things first. Tell us how you hurt your hand. About your hand. Did that happen during the course of the crime?
Well, you see, sir,
Don't you think you should just confess?
But sir, but there was nothing I could do.
Nothing you could do?
Sir, to tell you the truth, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious.
The next thing you knew, you were... Huh?
Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared.
What?
Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock! Oh, the sorrow, sir! Can you imagine how I felt?
The victim's body disappeared. Huh. That's some story. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Goodman in the evidence room, right?
Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy dog eyes, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me as victim.
I would, but you happen to be in detention and alive and well at that.
Oh, yeah, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that.
Did you know the Goodman? The Goodman, really? Did you know the... fucking hell. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman?
Oh, well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger, or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side.
So you didn't know him?
Sir, I work in a tiny office, devoid of light or other creature comforts. What the fuck is this man's life? What does that mean? I work in a tiny office, devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives.
So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him?
Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir.
At least someone around here is more confused than I am.
I feel like this was the voice I did 3 years ago as well. And I feel like I kind of unintentionally turned him into Krillin from Team 4 Star. All right, can we show you anything?
You don't need the lunch. Can I show you this? Officer Meekins, this is for you.
Ah! I'm scared of knives, sir!
It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it.
That's it, sir! Last night, sir! That's the one! I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled.
On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. Huh. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this?
I'm sorry, sir. Really sorry, but I have no idea what that is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir.
He's passing the buck, Mr. Wright. It takes a special kind of man to pass the buck to Edgeworth. Hey! Now why do you have that? That's... from the day it was taken at the prosecutor's office. The day that the day that Detective Goodman's body was found in the trunk. So this means I'm a free man! Innocent! If this is a dream, sir, then I hope I never wake up! If this is a dream, you'd better wake up right now. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? Okay, nothing for that. No, nothing there. Oh, there goes gravity! Is there anything else I can talk to you about? I'm trying to think of what else he would care about. What about this? No? The only other thing that maybe he would care about is this. I could try the knife. I bet it's gonna have the same knife response, though. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, same thing. I think we did the shoe. Let's try this one. Do you think you could take a look at this? Huh. Hey! That's it, sir! That's it! That's it! That's what? My head was blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember! I remember, sir! You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That card was the cause of it all! This ID card? Exactly, sir! That's exactly it! Nothing could be more exact, sir! Nothing! I better pry into this one a little deeper. Hey Mel, what do I do with my 100K channel points? Some people would say, beg me to turn the squats redeem back on. But other people would say, when I debut, there will be a whole lot of things you can do with it, I hope. For instance, no, I'm not gonna share anything. Hopefully by the time I debut, I'll have some good. Hey, Bunny, if you wanna help me brainstorm some cool ways to spend points, if you wanna help me brainstorm some ways to spend points, I will have a meeting. Let's fucking brainstorm. You have a very good way. I'm terrified. How much are these? 5,000, 10,000? Yeah, the sound alerts are pretty pricey. We could do other ones that are like a little bit of a bigger soundbite that cost a little more. We could find some stuff. Cav will spend all their points for real. What the fuck? What is it gonna be? Don't DM Cav, DM me! Alright. Can you tell me what it is you do, remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman. A lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room. And that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir! That's what I've been trying to tell you! So you asked Detective Goodman to show you his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me! What?
Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped, and I leapt at him.
Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him.
Do unto others before they do unto you. My father's own words, sir.
What happened then?
Well, my eyes, sir. Everything went white. When I awoke, I was here.
Right. So wait a minute. He went into he went in. He asked Detective Goodman for his badge. And Detective Goodman attacked him? And now Detective Goodman is dead? What the fuck happened at the police department? 20K equals request a rant on a topic of our choosing. I'm not sure that 200K would work for that. I feel like if I ever were to do like content on demand, it would have to be a much pricier one. Like if it's gonna like completely derail stream and suddenly like hook a left, I feel like it would have to be like 100K. But maybe there's simpler ways to do it. Tell us how you really feel about blah, blah, blah. I want to know what Bunny wants me to do.
Well, look at you. You suck.
You suck. So, Officer Meekins, why was it they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Well, let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim, whom he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if his body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died.
That's it, sir. That is what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines.
Huh? But you still ended up here?
They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day, at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said.
But you don't remember the events clearly?
No. But the videotape is quite clear.
A videotape?
From the security camera. The crime! My crime! The crime I swore to stamp out! It's there! It's me! It's on tape!
And you waited until now to tell us that?
I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it.
No, thanks. I have my own. Well, guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Good grief. February 23rd, Police Station Criminal Affairs. God, Meekins is a special kind of not helpful to himself at all. February 23rd, Police Station Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives' desk. It's Police Chief Gant.
And you're sure of this all?
That's not the line.
And you're sure this is all, hmm? You know what it means if anything is missing.
Sir, I'm sure it's most likely totally perfect. We checked all the drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine.
I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal?
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir. The chief of detectives looks a little flustered.
Righto, my boy. How have you been? Swim much?
Oh, Chief Gant! Reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? I am Cav approved. Well, you've got to be Melizand approved, Bunny. So you better cough up. You better cough up those wants and soon, gosh darn it. Or we'll probably forget this conversation and it'll come up again in like 7 months. It's my man. It's my man, Santa Claus and/or Satan himself. Man of the 8-minute-long death stare. Chief of police. Let's fucking go. Well, here's the thing. You can't surprise me if I'm the one that has to put in the redeem. How do you surprise me if I'm the one doing the redeem? Is Edgeworth gonna be okay?
Oh, Worthy? Oh, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Oh, that's a weird sentence. Let me try that again.
Oh, Worthy? Oh, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep.
Yep, that's a weird line to give him.
Yes, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right? Righto?
Von Karma.
A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court, you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence.
Wait! I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, you might say. Why, they'd just do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy.
What? Von Karma mentioned.
It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean.
They're being the prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, that's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
Now, Righto. I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it.
I wasn't expecting much anyway.
One thing I hate most about is hiding stuff.
Most about?
One thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Ugh, can't stand them. But it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives' trap shut.
He was the one you were picking on earlier?
Ha! You saw that. Whoops.
I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Can we kind of discreetly ask him? Can we talk to him? Let's see. Sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in that trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What, you kept something? Well, sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. I've literally changed this guy's voice like 4 times. I have no idea what this guy should sound like. What the fuck should the chief of police, the chief of detectives sound like? I'll just give him some kind of stupid, campy voice. Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A sad Japanese sound. What does that sound like, Crimson? A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. I better make a note of that just in case. Thank you, Unknown. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. All right, so hang on a second. I know, it's always the background characters who don't actually have a face, like a real face, that I never know what the fuck they should sound like. So what is this? Lost item report, date 2/21, name Bruce Goodman, ID 5. He gave up. He didn't finish it. 59 something. That is his ID number, right? That's his ID number. 584. 584-2189. Yeah, it is from the day of the murder. 584-2189. That's not an 8, that's a 9. Does bro not even know his ID number? Interesting. Permission to enter. Well, actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor.
Well, I never thought the day would come when Raito asked me for help.
I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room.
Chief Detective, and have you seen Detective Goodman's browsing history? It's nothing but knives.
Hold on.
Now, Raito.
Well, actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all.
Raito, please. Do I look like a selfish man?
Huh?
Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's content. Ha! Knock yourself out!
It just goes to show you never know until you ask.
And for you, here, you can borrow this.
Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks.
It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Whew. Right now, owes the chief of police a favor? All right. Let's give this a look. So what are we doing? Chief detective. Why do you want the one I don't have a voice for? Okay, let's see. The chief detective. And have you seen... Wait, do you mean the guy at the back of the room, or do you mean... Yeah, you do. And have you seen Detective Goodman's browsing history? It's nothing but knives! What else have I done for him? And have you seen Detective Goodman's browsing history? It's nothing but knives!
And have you seen Detective Goodman's browsing history? It's nothing but knives.
I don't know what the fuck this guy should sound like. Remember, what does that sound like, though? Have you seen Detective Goodman's browsing history? It's nothing but knives. Whatever the fuck this guy sounds like. Well, shit. Fucking, can we get some props for Gant being a total fucking bro and letting us into the crime scene? Major fucking props to Damon Gant, Chief of Police. He is fucking terrifying, but at least he's helping us. All right. Every time I do this, I drink so much water. I have to pee constantly. I am not going to run an ad. I will be right back. I just have to really quickly pee again. I'll be right back. One sec. All right. Oof. What time is it? 8:30? Before we go in, let me just really check something. Nice job, Mel. Let me check something really quickly. Someone asked earlier, what the hell am I eating tonight? Honestly, ad breaks are the best time to be. I could run an ad break. I just don't want to like overwhelm you guys with ad breaks. And the downside of like when you're constantly sipping water between every take, like it's a voice acting session, is I have to pee like 1,000 fucking times. You know what I mean? Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Ah, son of a bitch. I waited too long. I wanted to order something, but they're closed. That's a shame. That's a shame. I wanted to get something, but I should have done it like a half hour ago. Sag. All right. I know. Where are we going from here? Do we have to go back out to the street to get to the guardhouse? Yes, we do. So, can I officially use this? The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, well. What made my bambina's skies so gray?
Oh, this motherfucker. Officer Marshall! Oh, why does it have to be him?
What's that why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yee-haw?
Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's awaiting.
Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions.
Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres.
You're busy, then?
Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you.
Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. Awesome. We do in fact have the steak, don't we? We do have the steak. That is a very good call. Let's see. I assume I can't talk to him about either of these until then. I was wondering if we could talk to you.
Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on a wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his six-shooter, I say a little prayer.
What was that all about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation pronto! So let's present the steak. It looks like a book from here, doesn't it? Like maybe not up here, but like down here, doesn't it kind of look like a book? It's like some ancient tome. Let's see.
That smell. Oh, it reminds me of Texas.
So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas?
No, I just saw a special on television the other day. Is this from my baby?
Yeah, Angel Star, Ms. Star.
What's this?
What's wrong?
A filet steak lunch. I see.
I don't see. I wonder what it means. Steak lunch given to Officer Marshall.
All right, Bambina, you win. Ask anything.
Finally, it seems like. He's willing to talk. What do you got to say, mister? Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security for the evidence room, right?
You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it.
Actually, Officer Meekins at detention center told us.
Ah, that poor little doggy. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly.
He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station.
Huh. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know?
So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place?
Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy.
Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy.
There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place.
You mean the security camera system?
I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know?
I, for one, let me just say, I, for one, I love vegetables. Excuse me. So, if I'm gonna have a shitload of steak for dinner, you know, I know a lot of people will do like steak and potato, and like, don't get me wrong, potatoes are great, especially if you get like a nice like garlic butter whipped mash. But I want me some broccoli, or broccolini, or some spinach, creamed or steamed, doesn't matter, creamed or steamed. I need something green on that plate, and I will eat the shit out of that. I will eat the shit out of that platter. Telling you. Ms. Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago.
It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. That's all gone now. Like a drinking hole in a prairie fire.
You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Ms. Starr, aren't you?
That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it.
What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened.
There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago.
2 days ago? The day of our case?
That's right. The evidence transferals.
Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about?
We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under presiding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see?
So what happens to the evidence after 2 years?
It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February.
I see now.
Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated.
And that happened to SL9 2 days ago.
I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do.
Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen.
Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks.
I would be more of a broccoli or spinach person myself, but you know what? Cauliflower is good. I like cauliflower.
The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones,
oh, that's Phoenix. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned.
If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours.
And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? Whoa! I think I just inhaled something. Hold on. Fried cauliflower is fired. Yo, 100%.
I reckon they might be.
You're the security guard and you reckon?
One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card.
And thus the card reader by the door.
The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passed through.
So this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before.
Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that.
Huh?
I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet.
Mr. Wright, I saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way to prove that the record is tied to the stabbing? Well, okay, there were a couple of different numbers there. There was like some kind of like, there was the all sevens, which is wild. I don't know what that's all about, but I'm 90% sure. I'm 90% sure that I saw, I'm 90% sure that I saw Bruce's ID card. I'm like 99% sure I saw Bruce's ID card. So I think if we present Bruce's ID, that should probably work. See this? This is the victim's ID card.
Ah, the one that was on the ground at the parking lot.
The number on this is 584-2189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Show us that ID card record again. There it is, right there. Look, the fourth number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing.
What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world.
So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. Wait, what did Officer Meekins say?
Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked that man to display his ID card.
So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do?
That's the thing! Suddenly he pointed a knife at me!
If he had his ID card, then why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins?
All right, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record.
Fuck yeah. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. One second. Are you surprised? Of course it doesn't show names. It actually says one right now. Bruce Goodman. So we get to fill in the names. We get to fill in the names as we find them. So here's my first question. Do we have the guest ID? We do not. That was like the first thing I wanted to do. The very first thing I wanted to do, like, it's like Chekhov's guest ID. If you can give Phoenix the guest ID, right? What makes you think that, Jono? If you can give someone a guest ID, then anyone could have a guest ID. So like, I kind of want to know if there's an ID on the guest pass. Emma has it on her code. Yes, there is. Look at that. You are correct. Someone went in at the exact same time as Bruce Goodman. So does that mean, okay, so would that mean that Meekins is most likely 4989596? No, because he passed out. So does that mean that Meekins is most likely one of the first two? So Meekins is probably one of the first two, and presumably 4989596 is whoever found Meekins and arrested him, right? Presumably? I don't know why it would be in there twice, but like presumably that would be the other one. Meekins is probably the last one. Well, if we go to Meekins, we might be able to get his number from him. Let's see. We can go into the evidence room, but I don't want to yet. I want to talk to Meekins real quick. Please be there, please be there, please be there. Thank God. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm really sorry, and I have no idea what this is.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? The game literally just said I should show this to people who would have an ID badge and get their numbers, and it doesn't let me show it to Meekins yet. That's some bullshit. All right, whatever. Whatever, Meekins. Bullshit. We'll go back in, we'll check the crime scene. I wanted to knock a name off the list like immediately. Can we get... Can we get Marshall's, I wonder? I wonder if Marshall's is the one... I wonder if Marshall's is the one that got the arrest. So it's also possible that Marshall's in there. I guess do we know who arrested Meekins? We don't. So the arresting person could have been Marshall. Although no, he said he was on the road, like taking a drive or something. So it wouldn't have been him. Let's see anyway. Can we get his? Would this be too easy to get his from him immediately and immediately have like 2 names off the list?
The sheriffs back in the Wild West didn't place much faith in evidence. About the only thing they trusted was their shooting hand.
This is neither Wild nor West here.
Ha ha! But that and this are 2 different things entirely.
I guess so. I'm lost. Looks like we need some evidence to get anywhere with this guy. What about this? Nope. Oh well. All right. Oh my God. My controller just vibrated endlessly. Is that the vibrate feature on my controller dying? Let's try it again. And now it's not vibrating. Why was it vibrating just now? Okay, now it's vibrating. My controller's being weird. Don't make this weird. Don't make this weird, Meadow. Don't make this weird, Crimson. Don't make this weird. I just wanted to know why the vibrator wasn't working properly. All right? You're making this weird. Just take it at face value. It's the controller. It's my controller. I just want to know why the controller wasn't vibrating. Okay? That's it. Oh my God. Go away. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me.
Oh, whoa!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So is it true what I heard? Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead. Investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, it's true.
So, Chief of Police Gant will loan anyone $50? Ha, even me?
Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Just for today? Boss for a day.
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for...
What the fuck?
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for the day.
Gee, thanks. Why? Wait, Goldierb, you are manufacturing bullshit right now. The toy was never anything that came out of my mouth. You are manufacturing bullshit, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Gee, thanks.
First of all, you want to have this.
Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Okay, first things first. Can I talk to you? So, Detective Gumshoe, your boss for the day?
That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again.
I'm adamant, though. I'm gonna take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Of course! I'm a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open.
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed with one... Whoops. Every locker is fixed that only one detective can open it. Using their...
Oh, that's him. Using their ID card?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can get lost. Why, I'm on my third card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handle, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it,
you get a shock, bazap!
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks at all.
There are some people that don't even know. So wait a minute. So the locker has a fingerprint sensor on the inside of the handle. So you're only allowed to open your own locker. And because it's like discreetly on the inside of the handle, some detectives don't even know that there's a fingerprint detector. That seems like it's gonna be really important, doesn't it? Doesn't that feel like it's gonna be really important? What's weird about that? I mean, fingerprints are a thing, right? And there are definitely I've definitely seen fingerprint locks in the past. Evidence locker, only the assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp's light when it's open. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open.
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today.
I see.
I guess that this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case. There's no way people wouldn't know that they're fingerprint locks, is what I'm saying is weird. Interesting. I guess their thinking is like, It must be like an index. Yeah, I guess the weird thing is like, it must be like an ergonomic handle, right? To make sure your fingers always hit the same place so that it always gets a fingerprint. It would also make you think that it would have to be like a combination thing where like, because you might only have partial prints depending on how you grab the handle, you'd think like maybe it's taking partial prints from each of your fingers and running them all together to determine who you are. Yeah, it's interesting to think about how that technology would work. Yeah, huh. Interesting. Can we get his ID card? Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time of the murder? Ho ho ho! Whoa!
What is it?
That's that second number.
It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth!
What?
The second number on this list, it belongs to Mr. Edgeworth!
What? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? Would you look at that? Does that mean that 4989596 was Meekins? It would have to be, right? Well, but wait a minute. It would have to be. Yeah, 498, all right, hear me out. Meekins was doing patrols, right? Isn't that what happened? Like he was doing patrols and one of his times through, he ran into Goodman. So 450 must have been when Meekins came by on one of his patrols. And then 514 is when he came in and found Bruce Goodman. That would explain why there's two of them, is because he's doing like a circuit. He said he went in after him. Did he say he saw Goodman go in and followed him in? Because that would explain the, like, we both went in at the same fucking time. Interesting. Fascinating. Let's do a little bit of investigation. First things first, what is this? There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. I wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this here.
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said, I bet that evidence locker was open recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks out that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out of. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either.
If you're gonna talk about someone behind their back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Hey, Sheppy, welcome. Good to see you, honey. So they said that it lights up if it's been opened, right? What am I gonna get for food? What am I eating for food tonight, Misfits? I don't know what I'm eating. Diamonds, welcome. I'm eating water. How can I get my food? Well, I order it, of course. The downside is most of them are closed. Because I'm bad. Man, what I wouldn't do for like some Mexican food tonight. Order pizza. You want me to eat some pizza? I'm sorry, all right? I get caught up with shit. Like this awesome stream. Oh, whatever. 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 Let's see. This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would?
Hey pal, our security system is high-tech around here.
Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is. Wait a minute. I recognize these. These were from the last case.
Hey, that's my personal pole! I never did get around to using it.
Wait, I've seen that somewhere before.
Right, pal. That's the metal detector. The one that led to solving the case at Gourd Lake, remember?
All right. Wow. Feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that? Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
Sheep-looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart.
Well, misfits, we do actually only have 1 minute before an ad that I can't skip. So, I am going to take a 3-minute break, possibly put it in order for some food to make you guys happy, and only to make you happy. And I'll be back in 3 minutes and we'll continue. And we'll keep investigating, okay? I'll be right back in just a few. Good time for you to stretch your legs, use the restroom, grab a drink, do whatever you need to do. What do you want, Jono? What? 30 seconds. You see that one? You see that one? You just can't see the scene. Shut up. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll see you in a sec. Be back in three or four. All right, good news and bad news. I am back, so let's continue. Bad news is I couldn't make up my mind. I don't know what the fuck I want to eat tonight. I have stuff I can cook. Maybe I'll just cook something after stream. I'm in utter decision paralysis. So what else can we explore here? It's mostly stuff I've had. Like more Indian, more halal. Or I can cook pasta. I have pasta fixings. I was gonna cook on Sunday, which means I should order something tonight. I just don't know what the hell I want. Okay, so we've got quite a bit open here. I just had Indian last night, though. Hey, welcome, Raiders. Welcome in. We are about to jump back into playing. I'm getting hounded to eat something. And I'm having decision paralysis. But welcome. How's it going? Thank you so much for stopping by. My name is Mel. I am a professional voice actor, pre-debut VTuber. You can call me Mel or Melizand, and I am playing Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We're in part 2 of Rise from the Ashes. Spoilers for Rise from the Ashes. I haven't eaten yet, and I'm literally in like complete decision hell. Like nothing sounds good to me. I'm sorry. I wish I was better at this. Doing this to me, Misfits. This is supposed to be a performance. Myrrh. This. I'll get halal. All right, I'm putting in an order, okay? Are you happy? Are you happy? Are you proud of me? Okay, good grief. There, delivery's in. Unbelievable. So what do we have here? First things first. Look at this. What is this? You see this, right? So something happened here. Even if no body was found here, something happened here. What's this? Blood. It's a little worn. But there's definitely a handprint there. It looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use your testing fluid to check it out. Oh, there's a spray. Wait, how the... There we go. Knew it. This is someone's right handprint.
What?
What's the matter, detective?
This locker, this is mine.
It's yours.
Oh, please. You have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans.
I'm counting on you guys, believe me. You can't trust the police.
But you're a detective. What the fucking hell? All right, where is the map? Okay, cool. We've got that marked there. What else can we look? Okay, fucking gumshoe. Let's just check all of them. Oh my god, okay. Well, this is something. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective?
Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien.
This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make note of it on the floor plans.
Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked.
Okay. Nothing else here. Speaking of which, what is going on here? Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all those pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps?
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from The Case.
The Case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try and put it back together?
Ha! Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry on a tube. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Oh shit, nice. All right. So we've got rotate left, rotate right. Oh, interesting. So we've got to find the one that goes there. Well, this one looks likely, doesn't it? Huh. It looks like this. Oh, combine. Oh, nice, 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 nice. All right. Okay, what would go here? sure about that. This looks like the most likely. Nice. Yeah, I don't think it's blood. I think it's meant to be showing us what we're trying to line up. That looks promising. There's blood on it. So we already know there's blood on it. All right, that's gonna be this one. Probably this. Well, no, actually, probably this. Nice. And that would be this. It's gotta be this, right? Where, though? Like that, maybe? That was a bit of a stretch. That one was a bit of a stretch. Nice. Well, I'm out of pieces, though. Huh? Well, I think we did it. But some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too in 2 minutes myself. The problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with.
Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken. Yeah, it does look like it's missing or a piece is hidden or something. How are you doing, by the way, with the puck? Welcome. Can we explore this? So, I mean, there's blood right there. Hey, look! They're hard to make out, but there are some dark red stains here. Huh. Looks like blood. Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on this when he was stabbed? Oh, that was him. Do you think Detective Goodman's blood somehow got on it when it was stabbed? Not likely. This blood looks like it's been here for months, maybe longer. This jar was evidence in the SL9 incident. That might be when the blood got on it. Interesting. What is a saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger?
Well, you might say that this was my studio.
Here? In the evidence room? Okay, dude. And this one's open. What is this, first of all? Someone left a glove here, but only one. Detective Gumshoe, maybe?
There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know.
You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Rubber glove, tagged evidence from the SL9. It's an extremely thin rubber glove. Let's take a quick glance at it. Okay, who cares? Look, this one's open. And the red indicator light above the door is lit.
That locker's coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprints.
Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Okay. So that's about everything we can look at. Let's do another quick spray down just to be sure. Not a lot going on here. It is interesting that we can slide, though. Is there something else going on over here? And wait a minute. This is the one that has something stuck out of it. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just might be something significant.
Hey. That's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal.
What, this? It's called luminol testing fluid.
Where'd you get your hands on that?
Well,
I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow $50 from the chief.
Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Anything else? Well, we've got 2 fingerprints. We don't know why, we don't know how, but we have 2 fingerprints. And just to spite you, I'm going back to full size. Take that. Nyahaha! Can we talk about any of this? Oh, we already did this. We've already done all that. All right, can I present any of this to him?
Allow me to say one thing speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. Nothing.
That's fine.
You bet it's fine, pal.
Nothing we can do with that.
You can't open lockers if your fingerprints don't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents.
Note, the police department lacks faith in its lock system.
After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker.
At that same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office.
Oh, that was him, but that same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office.
I think that's it. I think that's all we can do here for now. I don't really think there's anything I have to talk to him about, honestly. I could try presenting SL9, but I don't think he's gonna share it.
Sheriff's back in the Wild West, didn't plus no, we've had this already. Okay, my controller's vibrating again nonstop. What the fuck? All right, let's go back to the department. Anything going on in here? Is Gant back, maybe? No. Detention room? Come on, there has got to be a reason I can get a fucking number from you. There has to be. I really can't get this from you. I hate it. That's so obnoxious. Well, what about the underground parking lot? Maybe Edgeworth is back, actually. But he's not. Huh. I'm
present any of this to you? Could you take a look at this? You. Yes? You said you wanted some hot tea, right? Nope, we've already had this. That is such a long, like, you're wrong message. Half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. Can only be submitted to the chief of police, and this is Bruce Goodman's lost item report. We don't know what he lost yet, though. You know what we can do? We haven't actually used this yet. Stop, 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 stop. Can we use this over here? That looks like a petrified piece of provolone. Huh? It's not. It's my attorney's badge. I think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more on the open market. Look, my badge isn't up for sale, all right? Not yet, at least. All right, let's try this. Can we get anything over here? Is there anything else over here? Not really. Spray Booba Girl, sadly she disappears. Her and Dragon, are you backseating me? Is there something you know that I should know? This blood must be from when Lana... No. My sister isn't a murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? Her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? It has nothing to do with taking sides. So, it means Lana's hand had blood on it. It just keeps getting worse. Okay, we've got that. I don't mean to be mean. I will take a look at it, but if you're saying that because you know something, Hearn, that's not nice. Don't do that. Huh. This thing doesn't have a bottom. That's weird. I wonder which side is up. Better yet, what's the purpose of a bottomless jar? At least it doesn't collect dust inside, right? Well, that didn't get us a whole lot. That did not get us a whole lot. Although that does make me wonder, what about the other pieces? I haven't technically looked at this because I assumed it wouldn't matter. The tag says SL911. I guess this is another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag? Zags. Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? Can we examine this? Well, you know what? Now that we've found that, let's move to a few other places. Let's see if anyone's showed up. Not there. Not there. This is a really dumb idea, probably, but like, can I spray here? Can I spray this? Okay, I figured as much. It was worth a shot. Well, maybe I can show some stuff to him. But not that piece. I love these interactions. My one gripe is sometimes when you're kind of just like grasping at straws, is that they'll then make you go through like the same really long exchange that ultimately ends with them saying no. Like over and over and over again. What about this? Nope. Well, you know what we haven't done? Now that we've marked up the map, we haven't actually talked to Gumshoe. I haven't actually presented this yet, have I? I wonder if this would matter. No, it would not. We've done that. Well, let's keep spraying. Maybe there's something else we've missed, right? Maybe we've missed something. Why is this, wait a minute, why is this still, if you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. We've looked at that. So let's spray one more time. This is definitely one of the harder cases, isn't it? Are there any footprints or anything? Like bloody footprints? I feel like this is the equivalent of like, I'm just hitting everything at this point. Like, I don't fucking care. Let's go. If there's something, I'm gonna find it. But it doesn't seem like it. Do we have any new topics for you? I don't. You know what? We could go talk to Meekins. Dummy as he is, he was there when that thing broke, so maybe he knows something. Hey, Meekins, can we get your opinion on something? Let's show you the map. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? Nope. Can we show you the locker? Nope. Meekins, I'm gonna beat you up. Meekins, I'm gonna beat you up. Is there only one way to solve this game, or are there multiple? There's usually only one way that you have to figure out. I'm honestly genuinely shocked that I can't show him this yet. What about this? Like, isn't it weird that I can't present this and get his ID card? present stuff from this case. Nope. Because this is the case she cares about. So does she know anything about this? You know what's funny? Between this and being in court the other day and having like no fucking clue what to do next, it's so wild to me that this case is so much harder. This case is so much more confusing than like every other case in this game. So it's just weirdly harder. Already done all of that. She didn't go this way. There's nothing on there. So I don't think we have anything here. Edgeworth's not here. Was this there the whole time? Was that always there? The note? A work desk. It's quite tidy, as one might expect. What a nice desk. Easy to use, easy on the eyes. It's polished so high I can see my own reflection. Strange, why did I just picture Detective Gumshoe? Maybe I'll take the name of that plaque as a souvenir. Take that name plaque as a souvenir. Don't, he'll sue you. Well, it was worth a shot. Alright, one place at a time, we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. So we've done detention center. Let's go to the police department. Let's go inside. Yeah, we could try that as well. I feel like we've now examined everything. We haven't looked at some of this stuff, actually. No, we've actually looked at all of this. Why is it now unchecked again? You piece of shit. Half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. What's up, Jono? Can I show that to you? Do you care about the police report? The most interesting part so far is that we now know Edgeworth is on this thing, right? Yeah, we've already done this. We've already done this. Both the lost item and day the idea was used was the same day. Yes, it was. I did notice that. No, did not mean to do this again. Yeah, the lost item report is from the day of the crime. It is. And Edgeworth is fucking missing. He's who I want to talk to. But he's fucking missing. anything with that yet. Idea of all who entered. The main thing that I don't have, the main thing I don't have that I want and can't get for some reason is Meekins' fucking ID. The fact that I can't get an ID for Meekins is driving me crazy. Like, just to fill it out, why can I not get that fucking answer? We've looked at everything. I'm pretty sure we've sprayed everything. Unless I'm being like super dumb, I'm pretty sure we've sprayed everything. That matters here anyway. Right? Unless there's something on a different locker and I'm just like missing it 100 times in a row. I don't think there's anything else to spray in here. Yeah, I don't think so. So unless they want me to, now that this is open, can I examine this again now that we've... Not really. Why did they touch this? Yeah, we've already done this one though. And there's no like reinterpretation now that we know. Gant is not in, Gant left. So he's not in the police station anymore. He let me in here, so Gant's the reason I'm able to investigate in the first place, but he took off after that. I'm feeling dumb. I'm feeling dumb. What the frick? IDs of all who entered the evidence room. Goodman's lost item report. Only assigned detective's prints can unlock it. Indicator lamp lights up when it's open. Jar piece back together from fragments found at the crime scene. A piece is missing. Tagged evidence from SL9 incident, extremely thin rubber glove. We've already done this. I don't know. Can I show... I'm like starting to grasp it at straws. Can I show him the blue badger? Now that we know that he made it in here, is there any purpose to showing him? Wait a minute, 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 wait a minute. Where is... God damn it. I was gonna say, I remember them saying there's a security camera. Wait a minute! I remember them saying there's a security camera. Maybe that's why the security system is back fresh again. Maybe we can actually look at the tape. We sure have a lot of monitors in here.
There's 8 cameras in the evidence room in all. One for each section.
Which monitor shows the section where the crime took place?
Why do cattle sit before the rains come? It's not for a man to know.
Unless you're the security guard responsible. Come on, there's gotta be a way. There's gotta be a way to look at the tape. Come on, dude. There's gotta be a fucking reason. We've already done this. Oh, you know what? We didn't actually do this while he was here. Look at this swinging door, just like the Wild West Saloon.
Ah, sorry partner, but we're closed for the day.
What, huh?
Y'all get along home now.
I think Officer Marshall really wanted to be a Wild West bartender.
I always wanted to say that.
This cactus sure is prickly. It must be real.
Best keep your distance from Billy here. You're liable to get hurt.
Billy? The cactus has a name? Billy, you're wearing your cowboy hat on your hand.
My rawhide cow,
Fucking hell. My rawhide, Jesus Christ.
my rawhide cowskin 10-gallon hat. I just picked that up, but Billy took a fancy to it.
Looks like it got stuck on the spines and he couldn't get it off. A leather jacket, leather pants, and a leather...
Those aren't pants. Those are chaps. And that's a poncho up there.
Oh, a poncho! It sure looks cool, but the name is a little silly. Why is the name silly? Look on the floor, it's a lasso. Huh. Looks like it's set up to trap something.
I just roped me a steer with this here lasso.
What?
It was a bellowing moo pal, moo!
Detective Gumshoe, I presume.
It was a bellowing moo pal moo.
Did that get me anything? And we've already heard this one. Fucking hell. Right, we know this. Yeah, we know this. We've already heard all this. All of this we've heard. Yeah, no, we'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. I will do it. I know, I haven't been ignoring you. I've just been distracted. Oh. Why do I feel like this is not connected to the case? Wow, we got a reaction. Huh. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something. Oh, and planted their head right in these spines. Oh, I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Well. Oh, Bunny. What else could be here? What else could matter? What else could matter here? Honestly, I fucking wish Gant hadn't left. Because Chief Gant, it says that this can only be submitted to the Chief of Police. Although it was found in the garbage. So maybe, I was gonna say, like, if I could ask him about it, that would be nice, but he's fucking missing now. Why am I so dumb? Mr. Edgeworth.
I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. What with all those rumors? You were even in the defendant's chair just this past December.
that business with him not reading that officer's report? Yeah, about the killing at the police department, right? The chief of police was right about that. But I can't help but think. Someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth. Well, where should we begin? Oh, well, isn't it obvious? We should begin with, you know, that thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in 2 places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see, we should go to the police department. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very, very helpful. Hey, Milky. How are you, love? Pull up a chair. Hang out. We do love you too, Milky. Oh, son of a bitch, though. Son of a bitch, though. We've already done this. We've heard this, my friend. I'm sorry. Have we presented all of this? We've definitely presented this. Yeah, no, we've already done that. Yeah, we've already done all of this stuff. What I want to know is where the fuck is Edgeworth? Right? I feel like I'm missing like one really simple, stupid thing. And what's making it worse is that every time I present the wrong thing, it has like 800 things that they want to say to me. Nope. High prosecutor isn't here, which is infuriating. We've looked at all of this, right? There's nothing new here. And what's even stranger is that we just got that big reveal that Edgeworth was the one on the ID pass thing. And yet, where is he? How do we talk to him? Can I talk to you again? No. Which one was his desk? Is it one of these? These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. Not one of his. That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Ooh, I know. The killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is good. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. He's not writing a report, he's writing a novel. God damn it. I mean, I think it's Gumshoe. I think it has to be Gumshoe, right? It has to be Gumshoe. There's gotta be something I haven't shown Gumshoe that would blow this open. I've done this one. I think I've done all 4 of these. I think. I hope.
Detective Goodman's note? And that switchblade knife. I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone.
Because of the SL9 connection?
That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know. 2 years ago. That was the first time in the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared.
Why would evidence from that case turn up now?
Guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there's some loose ends left on that case.
Oh my God, thank you! Oh my God, I just had to present old SL9 evidence. Thank fucking God. All right. We in, kiddos. Misfits, we're in. Except, I now have an ad starting. I have an ad that I can't skip in like, I've got 1 snooze, 7 minutes. All right, let's fucking go. My food's gonna be here in 2 minutes, but we fucking did it. Let's go.
Whew. Now that was a bloody, violent case.
Violent? So it was a murder?
A serial killing.
A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all.
But the killer made a mistake, and Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago.
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight and started a rumor mill.
Rumors? About forged evidence?
It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So, that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of evidence. Took the knife out of the evidence locker himself, right?
Hey pal, look at the time!
Was there something you needed to be going to?
Well, it's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm gonna give him my report for the day.
Unfucking real. Unfucking real. That right there? That's a teaser for a case we haven't done yet.
I'm going to give him my report for the day. It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth's we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you've got a friend like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Hey, later!
Should probably see what Edgeworth has to say, too. By the way, I don't remember when it was, but I swear to God, this locker we saw open for a second, right? Like right as we got in. And there was a face, a picture of someone on the inside of the locker, and it was another teaser for a future case we haven't done yet. I want to say the locker was open, like right when we got in, almost as if like Gumshoe slammed it closed when he saw us. I want to say that's what happened. Also, I have lost my sock. I took my sock off for a second. Now I don't know where it is. Ooh, but my food is here. Okay, I'll be right back. Hang on 1 second. They spoiled me tonight, Misfits. I've got an ad that I have to run anyway, so while I get this set up, I'm going to go ahead and hit the 3-minute button. I will see you all in just a moment. If you're one of my subbies, we can keep chatting. And then we'll continue in. All right. Be back in just a second. They spoiled me. So last time I ordered from them, they gave me like no sauce, and today they gave me like all the sauce. So I don't know if they were keeping track of how much sauce they gave me on the side and like realized they made a mistake from last time, or if I just got lucky tonight. I have entirely too much sauce. I now don't know what to do with all of this sauce. I have all the sauce. Milky, I don't know if you're still there. You probably aren't, but if you are, I love you and I miss you. I appreciate you hanging out with me, everyone, tonight. I feel like I've been a little distracted tonight because I've had like the food thing come up, but thank you so much for tuning in to Ace Attorney Night tonight. This investigation, by the way, this investigation has been handing me my ass. I feel like I never have any trouble with this. And for some reason, this case is like kicking my ass, which of course means I'm probably not going to get through to day 3 tonight because I spent a good hour trying to find that one thing, that one prompt with the Gumshoe. It was really fun to watch you do. Well, I, for one, am glad you're here. I have a lot of fun doing these. I get a little self-conscious sometimes, like when new people show up, because not everyone that tunes into this channel knows that like I can go like really low or really high. And so people will show up and I'll be like, oh God, I hope I don't weird them out. I hope they don't show up and be like, what the fuck is this weird shit? But can I just say, I was saying this to Yura earlier. These streams are the highest effort streams I do. Like, by a giant margin, Fridays have become my highest fucking effort streams. But they are the most fun. This is the most fun I have on this platform, is when I can just be like doing voice acting and being a goofball. So I'm so glad people are enjoying this. All right. Welcome back. I shoved some food in my face, which means you're now going to get food voice acting. But we got a major lead. Because Edgeworth just got out of his hearing, which means we might actually be able to go catch him now. Let's see. I became a fan after last Friday's Ace Attorney stream. Well, I'm so glad you're here. Yeah, we've had people show up. Was it last week or the week before Ellie raided me? And I'm like, oh God. The kindest gift, and I love her to death. And I'm like, oh God. Fucking like 500 people are about to get introduced to me doing giant man voice for the next fucking... It was very fun. I'm super grateful for it, but for a second I was mortified. So by the way, if you came back If you came from anyone who's rated me, or if you stopped in and you're like, oh, fuck, this is cool, I'm showing up next Friday, you're awesome. Thank you. I love you. Here we go. February 23rd, High Prosecutor's Office, room 1202. You're kidding me. This motherfucker is in this one? Oh, fuck. What does this guy sound like?
Guests, my apologies.
Oh, it's you.
Have we met somewhere?
Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long.
Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Right.
He has the hotel bring him tea service. Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am.
By the way, Detective Gumshoe is looking for you.
Yes. He brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening. Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow.
The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. So, how did the inquiry committee go?
Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes. Apparently, there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again? No, that's Phoenix. Again.
I've heard them say that so many times. Ever since that case 2 years ago.
I want to say, and don't quote me on this, because sometimes it can be a little bit confusing, like which one belongs to who. I think this might be Emma Sky's theme. Because they're usually all tied to somebody. Like, each theme is tied to a character. I think this might be Emma's. I'm gonna take a bite real quick. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still standing.
That's not the line.
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However,
Something happened?
they gave control of the investigation over to the police.
I can't speak. I cannot speak. Oh, no, you're right. Emma's is dun 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 dun. So what is this one then? I wonder. Just a new investigation theme, maybe?
However, they gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department.
Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be conducted directly.
Oh no! I'm so bad at this! Hold on.
Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you? Why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still...
Wow. I've never seen him this out of sorts. Sorry, let me just go through that again real quick. Are you okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still the presiding prosecuting attorney. However, they gave control of the investigation over to the police department. Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the Chief of Police, Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
Got it, okay. Understood. I fucked up those lines enough that I wanted to make sure I understood what was being said. Well, you were the student of the man that fabricated evidence and killed your father, so... yeah. Let's show him this. He's gonna hate this. Edgeworth is going to hate this. Oh, right. I'd better check this now.
As I was saying, What is this? A record of ID card usage?
Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less.
Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
The Chief of Police.
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office.
But it was solved, right? And it would have to be if the evidence was already filed.
The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say.
There is a third fucking case?
It really has nothing to do with the current case.
Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Evidence from a past case of Edgeworth's, brought back to his office by Gant's request. Screwdriver.
Stubborn as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
Can I talk to you about it? No, I can't.
Right, please. I'm the prosecutor on this case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with you over a cup of tea?
I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. Mr. Wright, Mr. Edgeworth just told you no in a very polite manner. Whose side are you on, anyway? Maybe if I just show him my best evidence, I can get some reaction out of him? Yeah, so we've got the current case, the SL9 case, and this new case with the screwdriver. We now have 3 fucking cases. Hey, Miss Dio. I'm gonna take a bite real quick while I think about my evidence. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be chewing during a performance. It's so unprofessional. All these cases, but no brief. Well, we have... Does this count as a brief? No, we have an autopsy report. Does the autopsy report count? Not really. It is interesting that we don't have... A brief is like a summary of the case so far, right? Nothing about this case, by the way. Nothing about this case is easy. Nothing about this case is brief. we're done. So what did we learn? We learned what? We learned that Edgeworth was in fact in the evidence room, and we learned that he was in the evidence room because Chief Gant asked him to transport something, to bring a piece of evidence from a third trial back to his office to store it for safekeeping. And that's why he was there. So at this point, we know why Miles Edgeworth was there. We know Mike Goodman was there. We suspect that 4989596 is Meekins. We don't know who 777 is. Could be Gant, possibly. The fact that it's the default, I'm gonna be honest with you. The fact that it's the default number, to me, means that it's either Gant or it's the guest pass. The guest pass actually makes the most sense, but I don't know what that tells us. I don't know what Gant tells us either. So I suspect Sevens is either Gant, maybe, or the guest pass. I assume 4989596 is Meekins. But we haven't gotten confirmations yet. Yeah, what do we get if we look at this? Okay. The tag says AI16. What's that got to do with anything? Nothing, apparently. At least that's what Edgeworth said. That makes it seem all the more suspicious. Who knows? This might turn out to be the clue that breaks the case. Wouldn't that be nice? Watch it be the piece of evidence that turns out to break the case. That was a check. That was a Chekhov's one-liner right there. I'm gonna take a big bite of food. Angel's gone. I don't think we have anything to say to you. And fucking Marshall's gone. Everybody's gone. I don't remember if future games have you spray for evidence. I don't want to spoil too much, but once we finish this, so we're on the first title of 3 titles in this trilogy, so we've got quite a bit of this. But in the next couple of games, we actually do start to introduce new mechanics. There will be some other new mechanics added as like staple parts of the game. I don't remember if this comes back or not. I think we're still with Edgeworth. Honestly, I think we're still with Edgeworth. We gotta get something out of him. You know what we have to get out of him? You know what we have to get out of him? We have to get SL9 from him. We have to get him to talk about SL9. He says he won't talk about the case because he's a prosecuting attorney on it, but maybe we can get him to talk about the last case. I know you. You've probably gotten a hold of some information already, right? It all has to do with that case you were on. The SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in. You're the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. There you go. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too, then. That wacky old coot? He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. Let me try that again. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science. Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminal testing fluid, huh? Well then, you might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints? It's been chemically treated for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I have no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, no need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? Fingerprint set and fingerprint file received. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. We be doing some fingerprints? Oh my god, is that my bestie? Is that Yura? Is that Yura Sarai? Brand new Twitch partner? Is that, I'm sorry, Yura no longer Yura_VT, but fucking Yura, full stop, baby. Fucking Yura, who I may or may not have been celebrating earlier and still have you loaded up in the background from when I talked about this at the top of stream. So you know, congratulations, Yura! And all of you should go follow Yura. Please, by all means. My call out doesn't work anymore because she's too cool for Yura_VT. See? Bam! Fucking no data return, motherfuckers. Although, wait a minute. Someone tried to fix it? Oh wait, no, that's not the right one. No, Rail, you were actually doing it the right way. We can't do the @ Bam! Go follow Yura. She's freaking cool. We're gonna be maybe playing Helldivers this week. Don't quote me on that. It's not a guarantee. But hopefully we'll play. I'm looking forward to it. I need more Yura in my life. Anyway, I love you. Back to the show, though. So we have fucking fingerprints that we need to go run. So you thought we were just gonna be spraying for blood. We are actually gonna be doing some fingerprint testing. I'm very excited. I'm gonna take a big bite of my food and I'm gonna take us back over to the evidence room. I want to know what Sector 3 is. It's very sci-fi. February 23rd, evidence room, Sector 3. So we have 2 sets of fingerprints. And it would be very silly to assume that they're going to be the same. I'm assuming they're different. So I'm curious whose they are. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood on the detectives. Here, in this blood on the detectives. Fuck me. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Right. Let's get started. First, choose a finger. A finger? Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. I'm thinking thumb or index. Let's go with index. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. How do you do that? With enter! You know, enter, from real life. It looks like that did the trick. The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. How do I do that? I'm pretty sure you shake the phone on iPhone. With E. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. All right, so let's use a shitload of white powder. I mean, it's not like we have a limited amount of this stuff, right? We can just pour this shit on, right? We can just pour this shit on. Why don't we just cover the whole thing with white powder? We'll just get the whole fucking thing. We want to be absolutely sure, right? Abso-fucking-lutely sure we got the... Do you think we got the fingerprint yet? I'm not sure we got it. I'm not sure. We might want to put a little bit more on. All right. Do you think we got it? Let's blow. You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Huh. Now that you mention it, it doesn't. What does that mean? probably means they were wearing gloves, right? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Huh. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here! Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Huh. Fingerprints outside the blood. So like this one? I mean, presumably this is just gonna be gumshoe, right? All right, where would it be? Probably like right in this area. Sorry, I won't torture you again. That's probably enough, right? Hey! Not enough, never mind, let's keep going. You know, I can see the prints, but apparently they can't. Yay! The print is so clear, it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet? This is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. They can't see the fingerprint, but you can. Skill issue on their part. I know, we had to get a tiny bit of extra dust in there. We had to be 1,000% sure that those 2 pixels definitely made the difference. It was definitely the 2 pixels that made the difference in that being a visible fingerprint. Have a good night, Von Ziel. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprint are in different places, right? That means the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints would we most likely find on this evidence locker? I mean, probably gumshoes, right? Yeah, there it is. Perfect match. Aha! So these prints belong to the Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. I think it's right over here, right? This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Oh, right! There was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. All right, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Well, that was him. Yeah, we only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand? Oh, I get it. So because we found a partial handprint, the place where we sprayed it with chemicals is going to dissolve the fingerprint. But there's a chance we might find another fingerprint where another finger would be. Right? So if we click somewhere where a finger might have touched, but maybe just didn't have blood, we might get something. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be good for matching prints, will it? It doesn't look like we'll get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. If that was index, thumb would be over here, right? Somewhere. Unless... ring finger? Pinky? No, it's gotta be somewhere over here, right? Where is this person's thumb? Honestly, one of the biggest brain moments in Ace Attorney, what? Which part? Oh, wait a minute. So I did that one. Oh, these are different, aren't they? Good thinking. God, me and my right-handed bias. I'm such a piece of shit. What a fucking scumbag. Seriously, we're not done yet? That's not a serviceable print? Marshall. Marshall? What the fuck is Marshall doing? I mean, he guards this room, right? But what the fuck is Marshall doing in here with a bloody handprint? That's interesting. I ate the thumb, got hungry, sorry. Hey, these fingerprints, they... Whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Well, Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprints added to the court record. It's gotta be a coincidence, right? He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. What was that sound? Let me do a different react from her. The luminol reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall... It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Oh my God, we got there! Da 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 da. Oh my God, we finally got there. Okay, why was that the hardest fucking investigation day ever? Like, seriously, the hardest fucking investigation in the whole game so far. This case, more than any other case, I think it's the combination of having too many places, too many people, too much evidence, right? And one right answer, it just kind of like creates a really big signal to noise ratio. So it's much more likely you're going to make mistakes or reason something that like is totally understandable, but not the answer they're looking for at that moment. I feel like it's just a number game. Like as you add people and places and evidence, it just gets easier to make mistakes. Well, here we go. We got to trial. We fucking got to trial. February 24th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different... Oh! Wait a minute! I think the prosecution are as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? As Mr. Wright suspects, the police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. No! A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But, Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as you are. Miss Skye. We found trace evidence of a certain person in the police department evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall. We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Ms. Skye? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna take a bite real quick. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. 9, number 9, 9. Kiddos, we have about 15 minutes until the ad. I am going to run a 3-minute ad right now. So we give ourselves a big chunk of time so we can just go straight through. All right? So we're going to take a break here. Hit the restroom, grab a snack, grab a drink, do whatever you got to do. Drink, take your meds, stretch your legs. We will start in 3 minutes. All right? Go. Use this time wisely. I am going to take a few bites, but I will be here. So feel free to talk amongst yourselves or with me. Oh. But you're not wise. What's your wisdom score? What do you roll up? I always make wisdom like my second highest stat. Are you kidding me? People say go for constitution, you need health. I'm like, fuck that. I need perception checks. Wisdom and Dex? Yo, same. Same. Dex and Wisdom. That's me. That's exactly how I play it. Your Dex is a 17. That is what I'm rolling in Baldur's Gate. 17 Dex. I think I'm going for... So for my latest playthrough that we're going to do on stream after we're done with Andromeda, I think I'm going for 17 Dex. Hold on to your seats. I'm doing Int 8, Strength 8. I'm dumping both of them. But then I'm doing 14 Constitution, 16 Wisdom, and I want to say 10 Charisma. Hey, those are my IRL dump stats, Strength and Intellect. When I was growing up, I never knew anyone that had like a full dump stat. I remember at my table when I first made Sanaa, like the original Sanaa at one of my D&D tables, they thought I was out of my mind for having a fighter with a strength score of 8. They thought I was out of my mind. By the way, even knowing I was ranged, like, so they knew Dex was my highest stat. I think they were just like, I think some people are just allergic to having a negative modifier. Like there are definitely people out there who would never, ever consider having a stat below 10, you know? Like that's like sacrilege. All right. Let us jump back in, shall we? Welcome back. Let's go. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9. Oh, Judge, my love. Court is now in session for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is, I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to excuse me. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In so doing, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what he's going... Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait? Very well. Let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to take the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, for fuck's sake. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir! I am Officer Mike Meekins, sir! My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir! So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir! I'm the one who did it! I'll never kill anyone again, sir! You've got to believe me, sir! Actually, what we'd like... Sir, I'm what you'd call part of the younger generation, sir! A person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend! Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir, help me, sir! Officer Meekins! Yes, sir? Give us your report of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir, as you wish! After all, I am a part of the generation that must be told what to do, sir! You can't fault him for his lack of enthusiasm. Oh my god, this motherfucker. Oh my god! I love that the title for his testimony is Crime Report, Sir. That's such a chef's kiss little touch. I love this kid. Sorry for yelling the whole fucking time. I am here to confess that I, Officer Meekins, spend most of my evenings imagining Lana Skye stepping on me, sir. It's incredibly embarrassing. I journal about it by my bedside before turning the light out and going to bed, sir! She's just so forceful! She knows exactly what she wants! She's just such a professional lady, I can't stop thinking about her, sir! Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. And then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you. Do unto others before they do unto you! That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted, and a colleague helped you regain consciousness. Yes, sir! He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Low-key wise step when she can crush me with those thighs. I gotta wonder, chat, is my Meekins voice hot? Do you like my Meekins voice? Is it like making you feel things? Oh, baby, talk to me in your Meekins voice. Turn the lights out, light a candle. And talk to me in that Meekins voice. Oh! I would like to hug you respectfully. I will keep the lights on at all times
And I'll call your father to ask permission before we do the deed. And then I'll chicken out and we won't do the deed.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
You know who also has thighs? Officer Meekins. But no one wants to see my thighs.
You know who else got thighs? I'm sorry, Jono! Are you thirsting for other VTubers in my chat? How dare you? You haven't even seen my model yet. What I need here is more info to work with.
Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day.
Mr. Meekins, you work at the General Affairs Department, do you not?
Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir.
Yikes. That's a scary thought. Evidence transferal was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed.
I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir.
The Blue Badger?
Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transferal process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir.
I see. Sounds like a very, important mission.
After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room.
Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room.
Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and I rushed into the room.
Can I just share something, by the way? I feel like, does it feel a little like whenever we get to the trial, the performance? I'm not asking you to tell me my acting is bad, but does it feel a little bit like the performance gets better? And I wonder why that is. Because I'm not trying to level up when we get to the trial. I genuinely think that a lot of the text is written in a much clunkier way during the investigations. And I think during the trial, it's just better dialogue. There's something like higher quality about the dialogue in the trials. And it's like weirdly clunky and like too overly verbose in some of the investigations. That's my theory. Because I'm not trying to do anything different, but literally every week I'm like, why is it better once we get to the trial? Maybe because it is more dialogue. And like when you're investigating, it's just a shitload of inner monologues. Maybe I lock in for the trial. Maybe I just knuckle crack. I just lock in for the trial. It's probably because it's conversation. And it's less like observational data. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here around my neck.
So then your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is! I found it! This one right here!
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir! It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh. But the number 4989596 is shown as being used twice.
Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. The first time was when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time was when I went to go get him after everything settled down.
I see, so it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir. That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir! I was suddenly attacked!
So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir! A knife!
Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
Not exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand.
Maybe if you just kept your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed this man by the collar. I fought for my life. Then I did it.
What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. What the fuck? No way! No way, Meekins. I made sure to close my eyes like a man! He ran into a locker, calling it. Oh my God.
I see. He must have been desperate.
The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood. And then the next thing I knew.
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir. He punched me in the face. I have to take a bite. Hang on a second. I hope you all appreciate why this is my favorite case in the series. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
About what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right.
According to the report, the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened.
Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins?
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning.
The chief delivered it? What is that? A videotape? Yes, sir. It's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection!
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and was told it had been mistakenly erased. That is quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well, then let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. Hey, Hardcover. And Lilith, welcome, both of you. And anyone else that stopped by in the meantime, welcome, welcome. A video of the real murder. Just what are we getting ourselves into? Oh, for fuck's sake. Remember when I said you were gonna be so fucking sick of this song by the end of this case? Do you remember when I said that? Oh, what? Okay, so that's Goodman. What is this cinematic? This is like a proper ass cinematic. So there's Goodman. Of course his fucking face is blocked. And now his face is blocked again. Great. There's Meekins coming in. Excellent 3D, by the way. I'm just marveling at the 3D. Motherfucker still can't see his face. They're fighting. Now he's got blood on his jacket. There's Meekins. Where the fuck? Where the fuck? Where the fuck? Where the fuck? Where the fuck is Goodman? Is he on the ground? I gotta take a bite. The meet up to knife fight feels a bit too quick. Yeah, well, like, bro is in the police department, right? Bro is actually in the police station. And Meekins works for the police station. And Goodman works for the police station as a detective. So, you know you work somewhere where other people work. So I think you're making a really good point, Crimson. Who the fuck turns around and immediately tries to knife someone for, like, tapping them on the shoulder? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? God, this adaptation is so good. Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir! Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Oh my God. Security video added to the court record. Okay, first things first. I don't care what the judge is about to say. I want to check it out. All right. Goodman enters. His face is blocked at all fucking times. Something falls. That was the glove. That was the glove right there. That was absolutely the glove. Did you see it? Like 100% that was the white glove. In comes Meekins. He comes up on him. Goodman goes for the knife instantaneously. Blood across Meekin's jacket. Blood across the jacket. Meekins is passed out. Goodman's is gone. Goodman's is gone. Goodman is gone. And the thing is in the locker. I saw one other thing, though. I saw one other thing. Look, do you remember? Do you remember? Look at the locker. The locker light. The locker light is on. What do we know about that? When a locker is opened, the light comes on, meaning that locker is not locked right now. Before anyone gets in there. Hang on a second. Okay. Before anybody gets in there, here are all the things I saw. Ready? Akadi, welcome. The locker is not locked right now. That locker is open already. All right? I'm noticing a lot of shit right now. Bear with me. Nothing in the locker on the left. So the cloth, the shirt that was sticking out of the locker is not there yet. The glove falls out of the locker. That's the glove we found. In comes Meekins. Meekins comes up on Goodman. Goodman swings at him. The fight happens. Blood on the right shoulder of the jacket. Remember that. Nothing in the locker on the left. Meekins is passed out. Goodman is gone. Either dead on the ground out of view or gone. Probably dead on the ground. But how does that get there? Now there's a cloth in the locker. Meaning, like someone is dodging the camera, right? We have to assume someone is dodging the camera. Okay? Here's the other thing. And I'm not sure this is a big clue. I don't know that this is a big clue. But I just put this together. That's Goodman's coat. We didn't know for sure. Remember at the start of the night I said there's blood on her coat. I don't know why or whose that is. That's 100% Goodman's coat now. Because in the fight, we see the blood splatter the right shoulder. I don't know if that means anything. That may not mean anything. But now we know that's 100% Goodman's coat. Hey, Senator, welcome. Welcome to my chat. Make yourself at home. Pull up a chair. I don't think that's Goodman in the video. So here's the reason it might not be Goodman. Goodman's locker was already unlocked. The light was on, meaning it didn't have to be Goodman. It might have been Goodman, but it didn't have to be Goodman because it was already unlocked. Anyway, take all of that, marinate on all of that, just file it away somewhere. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room and some sort of, activity.
Your Honor.
Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that all right with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir.
Diamonds, I appreciate you. Let's keep the big theories to yourself just in case. I don't want to blow anything open until it's revealed.
Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do.
That's our contradiction right there. Like, that's it right there.
The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him! No one else could have unlocked it!
The other thing we know, by the way, whose bloody fingerprint was on the locker with the cloth? Whose bloody fingerprint was that? Do you remember? The same locker that the white cloth is sticking out of, that was placed in the locker sometime after the fight took place. Marshall's fingerprints. Marshall's bloody fingerprints. What is this about a fingerprint?
Each detective has been given a locker, equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by a detective it belongs to.
Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have had to have been Detective Goodman. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. All right, first things first. I'm going right for it. I don't want to waste time. We're going right for it. His face can't be clearly seen in the video. But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint to do. The locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker. So it must be him! No one else could have unlocked it! Okay, let's try it. I'm gonna press on this one. I'm gonna say this one. Please work, please work, please work. Objection! Yes! Regarding the video contained on this tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction?
Objection! Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Oh, Edgeworth, I don't know. I'm worried. Do you see his face? Do you see this face? I think Edgeworth already knows this. Do you remember at the start of the trial, Edgeworth said, let's just follow the evidence because I guarantee that everything will become clear by the end of this trial day? He said something like that, right? Like, by the end of, if we follow the evidence, I assure you that everything will become clear. This response right here, this fucking response right here, he already knows this. I bet he already knows. By the way, this is one of my favorite things in this series, when you start solving things, and you start to get the inkling that you're solving something that's already been solved. That's a really clever aspect of this game. Almost like you're being led into a trap.
Your Honor, I have a proposal.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth.
I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
He would want me to point it out. Very well. Proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates this man may not be Detective Goodman? Hey guys, remember when I said you'd get super tired of this song? Do you guys remember that? Remember when I said that? think this is gonna work. I think this is gonna work. Please work, please work, please work. Take that! The thing that's strange about this video has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint. If it's a match, the light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then there's something seriously wrong with this picture. Cable. Why are we watching the rest of it? Okay, it's gonna do it when he opens it. When the victim reaches for the handle to open the locker. Let's rewind to a little earlier. Here, notice the light? What is this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Why is he upset? This has nothing to do with him. Order! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered. And the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report a malfunction. Oh, well, it just goes to show how novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes, why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yeah, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think? What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Maybe something like jammed the system's sensor? Something jammed the sensor. Say, there's something else in that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's, excuse me, oh my God. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't locked. Mr. Wright, please point out the cause for this. So we know what fell out, right, when it opened? Bam. The glove, right there. Take that! Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Fast forward, please. What's that? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I often fall out and roll great distances when I open my... We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? How the fuck is he rolling out of his own car all the time? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now. It's like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me and the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would also have to block electrical currents. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the bill, that fits the description, I was guessing. But, sir, by insulator, you don't mean... I think I finally figured this out. Rubber is not conductive. That's very true, Meadowsweet. Very well, will the defense please present the relevant evidence? What was the insulator that was stuck in the locker door? Take that! I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. But we can't be sure this was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker, but that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Is that not so, Officer Meekins? Sir, it would appear so, sir! Order, order, order! So are we to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman?
Objection! Do not be misled, Your Honor.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer more testimony to prove this.
What?
Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Sir! Me, sir? I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh! You mean that, sir? Of course, sir! Is this a joke? Very well, begin your testimony. God, this fucking guy. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. An ID card record. I see.
I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim.
Just before the crime, huh? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room?
This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases.
Special cases?
Extremely violent cases involving police staff.
Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end.
Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon.
Right, I see. Well, now let us move to the cross-examination. There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir.
Hold it!
So unlike your earlier testimony, you believe this to be rock solid, do you? Yes, sir. Solid as stone, sir. If my hand wasn't wrapped in bandages, I'd even give the V for victory sign, sir. Couldn't he just use his right hand for that? Let's hear him out fully. As we've seen, one never knows what he might say until the very last second. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his ID card. I'm gonna press this. I don't wanna go through all of these. I wanna press this one. Because I have a theory. Earlier, I believe you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID card, sir. Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife. Huh. Maybe he just panicked. Everything stems from contradictions. Let's point them out. Mr. Wright, what do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, show them what we got. Show them what we got. Huh. Let's do the others first. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards? Yes, sir. The card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it. What if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that? What do you have? A knife! No! Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID chokes me and maybe I should just leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Let it be noted that this is the record the witness was referring to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. Huh? What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide evidence. Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer? Shh, don't stare at him. You got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. For now, let us continue with the cross-examination. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. Earlier, I believed you testified that when you asked the man to show his ID card, he pulled a knife on you. Yeah, sorry, we already did this. All right. I still think it's this one. I still think it's this one. And the thing I think I need to present, I think I need to present this. Because at the time, not the time, we don't have the time. On the day of the murder, he started to fill out a lost item report. and he never finished it. He put in his name, he put in the date, he put in the ID number he started to. He put in a 5, he started to put in definitely a 9, when his ID number is not 59, it's 58. So one of two things happened. Either he found his ID card midway through filling out a lost item report, or I should say he found the thing he was missing and decided fuck it, or the reason he couldn't fill out his ID okay, sorry. I'm having like 8 thoughts at once. Let me walk you through this. So his ID number is 58, blah, 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 blah. The lost item report has a 5 and a scribbled 9. So the only 2 reasons I can think of that he would have thrown out and not submitted this lost item report are because either he found what he was looking for and was like, oh, well shit, and he crossed it out and he threw it away, and it's actually bogus. Or he couldn't put his ID number in because he couldn't remember it, because the ID card was the thing that was missing. And that also explains why it's not like he wrote 58 and then was like, oh, I found it, never mind, and crossed it out. He wrote 59. There's no way there is no way this becomes an 8, right? I feel like there's no way this becomes an 8. So I think he couldn't fill it out with his ID number because he didn't have his ID card. Or someone else was writing it. I think it's this. This is a little obscure, but I think it's this. Objection! Fuck yeah. Oh, that feels so good. Better than sex. Wait 1 minute, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. I'm starting to lag. Uh-oh. Ah. Uh-oh. Hold tight. Hold tight, everybody. Hold the line. What's happening? Why is my KBPS being a shithead? Are we doing okay over here? It's buffering a bit. Yeah, I've got a red bar right now, and my bit rate is all over the place. What the hell's going on? When did it start? Did it like just start, or when did it kick off? Don't you fucking meltdown Elmo me. Hello? Hello?
My month streak occurring during Friday night court fight? It's more likely than you think. Thanks for all the fun times, Mel. I'm looking forward to all the ones to come. Melisande tap Melisande love.
Tell you what. All right, I am going to take a quick break. Bear with me. I'm going to give this a sec. I'm going to pause for a quick break, and hopefully it'll start working again. Hopefully. All right, BRB. right. Are we back? All right. I think we're okay. Great. Awesome. Found out what it was. This is the downside of not having fiber. Sorry, answering a quick DM. Okay. Housemate was uploading something that's like a massive file. My housemate was uploading a video file that was like a giant 8-hour upload. So we're going to navigate that. Because she's gonna need to do it before bed. So we've got a little bit of time. But now the pendulum is swinging. All right, what were we doing? Trust me, I don't understand either. Okay, so we were gonna present this, right? Objection! Cool. Sorry about that. Thank you so much for your patience, by the way. Sorry about the weird hiccup. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. A lost item report, but it's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Sorry, let me try it again. I can't say for sure, but on the day of the crime, there is a high probability that Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. It was one sentence. Order! Order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Order! 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 Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Huh? Bravo, Mr. Wright. I fucking knew it. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. The victim in this video is a fake. Then the murder in the evidence room. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is, well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime.
So
So the real crime could only take place in one location, the underground parking lot. At the prosecutor's office, the murderer being Ms. Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah!
I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered? And where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman.
Just so, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, you have to do something or else Lana. What do I do? Am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? I don't know. I mean, I've got to object. All right, let's have a think. Let's have a think. Ugh, what grounds could I be objecting on? What grounds could I possibly be objecting on? The jacket! Because we see the person in the evidence room wearing the jacket that ends up on Lana's shoulders. God, that doesn't make Lana look better. But it does mean that Goodman was there. So it at least calls into doubt who actually stabbed the knife. Right? So if nothing else, we have the fact that that jacket seemed to be in two places at once. And I'm gonna object, but I'm gonna take a big bite of my food first. Objection! Bear with me. One moment, Your Honor.
What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven.
Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap.
What are you talking about?
This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Yep. Yep. However, it cannot be said that this is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor.
If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We've not prepared any other witnesses for this incident.
this might be my chance. Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, whom did you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear the person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you'd like to have testify, what is his or her name? Hey, Svian Von Ziel. Take that! Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? Can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. February 24th, 11:32 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, Number 2. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. You'd be so cold. Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. I guess I am. I'll come back later.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it?
You got a lot of nerve, pal. Making a detective run around all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at And to top it off, you call me here? I've seen happier people at funerals.
Sorry, Detective.
You better be, pal. Hey. I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky.
That's okay. So, what have you brought what I've asked?
You mean this, right? Right?
My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making the request. My name?
Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy.
The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe that you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Skye was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark killings solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. What? Oh, what? Now that I brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name is in there? I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, pal, but I'm out of here. Jake Marshall. Angel Star, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't just be a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. Best of luck. You better take a good look at this file. Holy shit. I think we gotta do one more. What do you think? Should we do one more? One more? Just one more? 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 Should we do one more? My voice is feeling good. My hands are steady. Something, something, Mom's spaghetti. I'm ready. I'm ready for this. One fucking more. Let's do this. All right. Here we go. Samus Blaster, welcome. Moldy Lamaine. I'm getting people that were already here. Forloy, welcome. Saltiest Healer, welcome. Anyone else that showed up, welcome. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Ms. Lana Skye. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand. The officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. First things first. He's drinking. He's already drinking. But first, before we even do this, two things. One, if you're not one of my subbies and you got an ad in the middle of the last part, I am so sorry. I was so in it. If you guys, when we do these streams, if you ever get to a point where like I'm in the middle of shit and we get an ad, spam that ad emote at me because I want you to be here for this. I really, really, really do. So don't be afraid to use it if you get an ad and it's like a key moment in the story, okay? Second, files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Let's take a look. Incident number SL9. Case closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime serial murder. Sentence death. Victims Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Edith Kirby, Rachel Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Trial data. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth. Witnesses Lana Skye and Emma Skye. Investigation Task Force. Executive investigators Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Head investigator Bruce Goodman. Investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Starr. Okay. Witness. Please state your name and Witness, please state your name and obligation. Obligation? I'm sorry, I think I must be drunk or something. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Sup, it's your boy. Sup, it's your boy. The boy's returned. The prodigal boy is here. The boy! Occasionally helping the elderlies cross intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know. You're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room the day of the crime took place. The day the crime took place. Is that correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? The desperado's soul is boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we just get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime. In plain old English. Zuff, I believe your boy is a murderer. Listen, he's too pure to do anything like that. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. What the fuck? They say I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. What? Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yeah, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Yeah, well, what about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines, or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. I don't have anything yet, so I am going to go ahead and just press everything. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. How exactly did you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just a caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Videos and nothing aren't that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours.
Each time I'd erase a tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy's a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't going to do him any good.
So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room.
They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style.
But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right?
Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you, that ain't my style.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
No desperado I know lets rules get in his way.
Bro is not even doing his job. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime...
Just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room that day.
There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that?
Sorry, partner. Can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks.
How does this guy avoid being fired?
Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway.
You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct?
Of course. Back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence.
And yet you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism?
Sorry, partner. I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works.
That's quite, incredible.
The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence.
He mentions that Detective Gumshoe said something like that, too. At any rate, it doesn't seem like this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place?
If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down.
What were you doing in a place like that?
I was eating spaghetti.
You know, that's not what I expected him to say, considering all the drinking he does. That is not what I thought would come out of his mouth.
I was eating spaghetti. Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat Not even Angel's state lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta.
I don't know how to say that word, and I'm Italian. How the fuck do you say? Is it just Vongole? Is it Vongoli? How the fuck do you say that? I know, shameful. Vongole. Okay, cool. I think. Well, we'll say it again for posterity.
Not even Angel's steak lunches can beat that parlor's Vongole sepia pasta.
Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to eat some noodles?
Not all desperados eat tacos, partner.
That's not what I meant. I hope that this at least has taught you a lesson. It's strange. This is unusual. This is usually where Edgeworth says,
Did you not want to raise this year? I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail.
out of ammo, Officer Marshall?
That's right, partner. Or as you'd call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse is waiting to carry me back west into the sunset.
One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything.
Texans don't take orders from anyone. Everyone knows that.
Apparently your superiors do not. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I'd best keep my cool. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. let's take a look. So the trump card is this. The bloody fingerprint is the trump card, right? So that... The bloody fingerprint is the trump card, I think. So we don't want to use that just yet, apparently. So I'm thinking we're either presenting the evidence locker or the video. Let's save and let's take another look real quick. Two security systems anyway. Said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. My job is to keep a wary eye on it. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. So it's either going to be 2 security systems. I mean, both of those systems failed, right? So... let's try either presenting the tape or the locker. Do we want to present the tape or the locker? 2 security systems anyway. I'm a little wary of the locker because we've literally already covered the fact that he didn't know that it was locked. But here's the thing. He may not have known. Here's the thing. He claims he didn't know that there was a lock system, right? But he didn't need Goodman's fingerprints to open the locker, right? So why would he try it if there's a lock? Well, 1, he didn't know the system was there. And 2, it opened anyway, right? So it's one or the others. One or the other. Okay, I'm gonna try using the tape here. Shit. Your Honor, what do you think about the witness's statement? I'm not sure I follow. It's clearly contradicts the, I thought... You don't sound very convinced, Mr. Wright. Objection overruled. That won me any points with the judge. If I remember right, I was at the street-side saloon at the time it went down. Let me try the locker then. Shit. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does. I don't see anything contradictory. Really? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright. Whoops. That didn't go so well. What would we present to counter the saloon, though? I mean, we could try this. We could try that. He literally said, I want to up the ante, so I don't want to use my trump card just yet. So... it kind of feels like it told me not to, but I'll try it. Objection! Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the motherfucking thing. The game literally said, I've got a trump card, but I shouldn't use it yet. Let's up the ante first. But the right answer is just the trump card. What did they want me to do? Or is there another trump? I don't think there's another trump card. Unless I have them backwards. That's strange. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime.
And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner.
It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint.
Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects. That is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there.
Objection! I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the scene of the crime? The blood was wiped away. However, a luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall?
It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints?
Very well, you may begin your testimony about the fingerprints found at the scene of the crime.
Like I said, it was only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as a blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See? I had nothing to do with it.
The witness's explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt.
Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner.
The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. How does he know? Yeah, how does he know?
Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in the evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves?
How do you know that?
I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a blood stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer.
That's right. It was found in Detective Gumshoe's locker.
However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint.
Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint.
That's the only logical conclusion.
I can't let him squirm out of this one. I've got to find something decisive to tie Officer Marshall to this crime. All right, it can be two things. I think the murderer, the blood stain, and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. I think I need to present the tape for this. Because remember, in the tape, we see that white shirt or that white sheet end up in that locker. So if we can determine that that was his locker, then the blood stain and the fingerprint are not completely unrelated. I think. I don't know if I need to present the locker or the tape, though. Let me try the tape. Fuck. I'm going to lose. It's gotta be the locker, then. Wait, have we pressed this one yet? I don't think we've pressed this one. Let me try pressing it first. Unrelated. They're as different as night and day. Kind of like cereal and cereal. One's got to do with breakfast, while the other's a type of murder. He is right, although seemingly alike, they are totally different. I don't see what homonyms have to do with this. Okay. Could it be this? Please. Fuck! Alright, hang on. I'm gonna go back so I don't lose, because they waste a lot of your time if you lose. Be this. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, you could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't gonna get no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You wanna know why? Got it. This. I think it has to be this. Because this is something you can directly contradict. The idea of contradicting something. I feel like we have to contradict that the blood stain and the fingerprints are completely unrelated. On a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. Print had been wiped. Thin rubber glove. That doesn't say anything though. That's the challenge. And it's not the tape. The murder touched the locker. Wait, no. The murder touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. No, something ended up in it. Fuck me! Hold on. No. This has to be it. Because we have to point out that something was put there. Right? We have to point out that something was put there. Maybe it's the locker? Oh, fuck you! Would it be wiped if there was a glove? So he's saying it's wiped partially because of our, well, it's wiped partially because of our own testing, right? Scene of the stabbing. This doesn't tell us anything though. Oh shit, that was a fucking fuck, that was a mistake. That was a complete mistake, sorry. Whoopsies, hang on. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. Yeah, the blue is the blood. The blood stain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. And I don't think that's true. But the tape doesn't bear it out. I mean, we could present the glove. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place. Let's do the others real quick just to get them out of the way. That's because you... How did you put it? You paid your respects once a month?
Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine.
What? What do you mean?
I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use.
Hey, Bloodhound.
All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams.
I see.
It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker.
Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. Oh! It fucking updated. Nice. All right, nice.
Are you starting to get the picture, partner?
The picture?
This seal of blood. In the desert, it's just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise.
This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall.
Too bad it wasn't me on that video, right, partner?
I mean, I think it was. I'm pretty sure it fucking was.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner?
Oh, no way! God damn it. Let me save again. This fucking case is such a pain in the ass sometimes. I can prove it was you because in the tape, something appears in your locker. I can prove someone was you. That's so frustrating.
Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner?
Let me press him. What do you mean by that?
You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner?
Yeah?
If so, that video is the only direct evidence you have.
But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth, the floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape.
We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright.
Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Fuck me, it was a press. It was a fucking press, and I was trying to present. I hate it. God damn it. I hate it. If you can present evidence that Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall.
Tread carefully, Mr. Wright. You might wind up being the one making the mistake.
Now then, let's have another look at the video. Show us this incriminating evidence that proves Officer Jake Marshall was there. Unreal, by the way. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, if I present the evidence, it makes the argument that I'm trying to make, but I had to press to be given the opportunity. How funny is that? God damn it. Please fucking work. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in this video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witness's, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Rewind faster. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't in there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Order! Order! It would seem that—
Hold your horses! Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker to stick it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man?
This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who could open that particular locker.
Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say I opened that locker? Now prove it. A fingerprint sensor?
We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to.
What kind of crazy talk is this?
Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this.
In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force who don't know about the fingerprint locks.
So, Sheriff, what do you have to say? In 8 words or less.
I only got 1 word for you, partner. No!
Order! 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 Witness, please explain yourself.
If this is a joke, it's the worst joke I ever heard.
I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay! Please answer the question. What is he now, a bullfighter? That's all right. Officer Marshall, I believe we can figure the rest out from here. We can? Have a look at the floor plan. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then where was the witness?
It seems Mr. Wright has an answer.
That's right. The only possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? I mean, it has to be you. Right? Take that! Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes? And how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me! Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man isn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. Hey, Gargled Mesh. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you got hard evidence proving I was dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard. But you don't see me complaining. Seriously, again? Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, God, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. This can't be happening. It's so obvious he's the one. What can I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later, as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then, after the crime was committed, he opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that white cloth is sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. You know, this is interesting because I've been saying from the start, in the video, right? He ends up with blood all over his jacket, right? He ends up with blood all over his jacket. And yet in this photo, not this one, in this photo, we see Lana wearing what looks like the exact same jacket with blood on the shoulder. So immediately I was thinking, well, that's got to be Bruce Goodman's jacket, right? It's got blood on the exact same shoulder. But right now it feels like the most obvious piece of evidence we have is to say that he had to use the locker to stow the bloody jacket. Like, I think that's the only thing I can point to right now is that he had to stow the bloody jacket. Or the gloves, but we don't have the gloves as evidence. We have a completely different glove as evidence. So I can possibly prolong the trial by bringing up the... Didn't we determine last trial that it wasn't proven to be blood? I don't remember if we learned that was... What did we think it was? Is it oil or... Because it's the same shoulder. So my thought was that must be Bruce Goodman's jacket with the blood. I don't know. It still raises the question of what the fuck is going on her shoulder. Unless they were trying to sell us that blood on her jacket came from her hand, which is a little weird. That could be, it could be her jacket. So either way, look, we don't know what's going on with this jacket completely. But what we do know is that that's the most obvious piece of evidence we have right now, is that he got blood all over his jacket. That's probably what's in that locker. So I think we've got to roll with it. Very well. Let's take another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Here we go. It's your favorite song. Remember when I said that you were going to get so sick of this music? Remember when I said that, you guys? Do you remember when I said you were going to get so sick of this song? Right there. Take that! For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end. Yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat? You couldn't just walk out like that. So you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent as you were today, we all wouldn't have to be here now. Now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court what you did. All of it. All right. It seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. Marshall's confession. Marshall's confession. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just
stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID and dressed up like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out, and I managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
So the supposed victim was really you.
But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor.
There was way too much blood for such a small donation. There was blood all over that room. No way that all came out of his hand.
I had to do it. I couldn't just stand by and let it die.
When you say it, you mean...
Do you even have to ask, partner?
The SL9 incident.
2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I had anything to do with it. That incident's not over.
But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room?
When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time. No matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine.
But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it?
That day was my last chance. That's why I stole the detective's ID and I dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence.
Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman?
If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd have been arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera.
And the detective's ID card?
I stole that the morning of the incident.
So that was really why Goodman started filling out the lost item report.
I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot.
The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall.
So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open the locker yourself.
But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall.
I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out.
You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off.
Let's just say I was just a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time.
Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID.
I'll have to think a little more about his raise this year.
When did Edgeworth get so much influence?
Anyway, he threw himself at me, and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way, with me knocking him out and everything.
By the way, what happened to your knife?
Oh, you mean this one?
I don't know what to say. So you knocked Officer Meekins out and
managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera.
So you did your research beforehand.
Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference, though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it in there.
What was Officer Meekins doing during that time?
What else? He was sleeping like a baby.
So what you're saying is, on that day,
there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15.
But the blood found in the scene certainly indicates a crime took place.
What are you, blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no, I did not. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is the evidence?
It's still missing, Your Honor.
Detective Goodman's locker was already empty? Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing?
Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer.
Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID? In injuring a police officer? This is no small offense.
Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary.
Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution.
Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with.
The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more.
I can't just forget the SL9 incident. You know why?
Why can't we forget the SL9 incident? Incident number SL9, perpetrator Joe Dark, crime, serial murder, sentence death. Victims, Edward Jones, Jason Knight, Ethan Kirby, Raphael Moss, Jeb Bates, Neil Marshall. Neil Marshall. Marshall is one of the victims. Head investigator Bruce Goodman, investigators Jake Marshall, Angel Star. Investigator Jake Marshall, victim Neil Marshall. And knowing this game, I'm gonna present this and it's gonna still tell me I'm wrong because I haven't fucking pressed first. Wait a fucking second, why is it snowstorming again? Where can I get this game? Everyone says Ace Attorney is good, but I never saw the appeal, so I want to try it. It is on Steam. It's on Steam, and it's not that much. They do discounts once in a while. It's on Switch as well, I think. I think it's on Switch. It's on Steam. It's on iPhone. Officer Marshall. I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned here. In a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah. I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago? He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right. He was killed. And the case fell into your hands. But what's his relationship to you? He's my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant, then Deputy Chief of Police. The fourth guy... The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Ooh, look at him. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. And that was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dark. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. That's it? That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze me. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? No, it's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. Objection! But wait! The verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Objection! Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But... There's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday.
there yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye. And the testimony of one Ms. Angel Starr is completely uncontestable. Incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. I rest my case.
That motherfucker! Ah! This whole fucking trial day was one big ass trap! Unreal. It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There is no room for doubt.
Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. That would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. Ah! Your Honor! Wait! What is she gonna say? What is she about to do? God, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of when Edgeworth was about to get fucking crucified in the last case, and Maya saved our asses by getting herself thrown out. What is Emma about to say? It's a question on everybody's minds, and I bet you're gonna be so excited to hear what it is after I come back from a 3-minute break, because your girl really has to pee. So I'll be back in 3 minutes. Think about it. Make your guesses in your head. Don't put them in the chat. No spoilers. We will be right back. I will see you in just a few minutes. My loves, I'll see you in just a few minutes. All right. BRB in 3 minutes. If you need to hit the restroom, grab a water, do whatever you need to do. I'll see you right back here. All right. Nope, not that screen. Ignore that screen. Not that screen. See you in a second.
All right. Three, two, 1, 0. Welcome back, everybody. Let's continue without further ado. Your Honor, wait! Emma. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright? Are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor. All I'm asking for is a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out about the SL9 incident. Finding out that the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it. The names of both the Sky Sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. That left only one thing. The other thing. The other handprint. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and I looked at it again. So, did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry. I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are only... Sorry. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them... Please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you! Me? Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Night, Rose. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry I can't be of more use. But still, if you can find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Or if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? Detective Gumshoe's locker. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker? We never see it. We never fucking see that locker. Let's see. All right, the fight starts. Blood down his shoulder. His hands are clean. But we don't see what happens after that. We don't see what happens after that, so it's hard to say. Well, actually, is it hard to say? Wait. With the head turn, is there blood? Oh God, it's hard to tell. It is really hard to tell, but there might not be blood there. There might not be blood there. God, it only shows half the fucking locker though. There's gloves. He gets bloodied. He gets bloodied. Meekins gets bloodied. He gets bloodied. Meekins gets bloodied. That's what I'm saying. But don't they walk right by it? Are they in the foreground or the background? Let's see. All right, foreground. I love that it like rattles like it gets stuck for a second. Can't quite tell. I assume foreground. Fight starts. He never goes past it. You know what? I thought for a second he was behind it, but he never goes past it, does he? He stops before the locker. So the challenge is like, we don't have depth right now. There's no depth per set. We have no depth. But that might be the best chance we have, is on the off chance that that mascot is too close to the locker. Right? It's black and white. It's kind of hard to tell. They look like gloves. But it's hard to tell. I love that it gets stuck there. Yeah, I think that's our best chance. I think that's our best chance, Jono. Oh, yeah, that's that. I wish. That was just, look. He backs up. He never goes past the locker, though. He never goes past the locker. Right? Couldn't have been wearing gloves because he left his fingerprint on the other locker. There was debate about that. There was debate that there might have been a gloved hand over his existing fingerprint. I think... All right, so just to clear that up about the mascot has like a splotch of blue paint on it. I wish that were a thing, but sadly it's always there. I think that might be the best chance. It's hard to tell the depth. But if there's a chance in hell that the blue badger was actually blocking the locker, that might be our best shot. Let's see. There be something I'm missing.
Objection!
This handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is you're grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, this is strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing.
Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there?
Yes, something that, when drawn, will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's gotta be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing in the floor plans? I mean, we've gotta go with the badger, right? We have to go with the badger.
What about that piece of plywood?
The Blue Badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof.
Explain yourself, Mr. Wright.
Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The Blue Badger is not here.
So
watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Oh, Jono. He's blocking the shit out of that thing. Well, what?
Ah!
That's right. So long as the Blue Badger is dancing there, it would be impossible to place a handprint on this spot of the locker.
What?
So that means, just what exactly does that mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on the locker. Don't look at me, I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the Blue Badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on the locker. So that must mean this blood mark was left there before the Blue Badger was brought in. Just a moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice.
But how?
One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time, somebody bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman, when he was really murdered.
That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim.
The murderer portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker.
So then, assuming that this murder you purport really happened, what did take place? When did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred.
When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jark Marshall. Nice job, Mel. Prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right. The blood mark on the locker proves this. Very well. Then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? I think it has to be, right? It has to be the log. So we know that the second altercation took place at 5:14. It was put in place at 4:50, which means that it was either, the other time blood was spilled was either at 4:20 by Mr. Sevens or at 4:40 by Mr. Edgeworth. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. And in order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card? Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would have to be 4:40 p.m. Ah! Ah! Miles Edgeworth! Just what have you done?
I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Nope. I ain't getting it.
I'm afraid I don't understand either.
It's clear from the luminol test the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood.
That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer.
I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible.
That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Well, let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 777-7777.
Talk about a lucky number.
But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 777-7777. Or, I'm sorry, 777-7777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 777-77777.
That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least, at present.
What?
Explain yourself, son. The ID number 777-7777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who's so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such person's identity.
But that's ridiculous. Just how...
I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright.
Shit, Edgeworth just got really fucking mad.
There's one situation in which we can be granted such authority.
If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge?
You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups. and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask one question. Yes? No, not to you. To her! The defendant, sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. The SL9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. In that trial 2 years ago, did you really use only legitimate evidence? Did you really only use legitimate evidence? Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Lana. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant? Just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana... Even if it involved forging evidence. See? That's what I'm talking about. No. No! Order! 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 Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. Is this not the best fucking case of this game so far? Are you not entertained? How fucking good is this case? I am fucking goosebumps. Bloodhound, same. Fucking goosebumps. Unreal. Crazy. Kids. Misfits. I wish I could.
I wish I could. Here's the thing. My housemate has said that she has to go to bed by 2. She's going to start that upload at 2 a.m. So we've got about 10 minutes. We've got about 10 fucking minutes. Lana felt if Dark didn't get the verdict he did, Marshall wouldn't find peace. He still didn't find peace. Right. Objection, Your Honor. My client clearly is having a psychological breakdown and is talking nonsense. I request her testimony be struck from the record and jury to forget that part. How freaking wild is that? How nuts is that? So, we went in to try to pin the crime on Marshall. We found out that he impersonated Goodman, got into an altercation with Meekins, spilling Meekins' blood, and that's what we caught on tape, thinking it was Goodman getting killed. It turned out that Goodman didn't seem to get killed there, and Edgeworth pushed to get Lana declared guilty because if the murder didn't take place in the evidence room, it had to have taken place in the prosecutor's parking lot, making Lana the murderer. And at the last second, we point out the fact that at the time of the murder, the Blue Badger mascot was blocking a locker where bloodstains were found. Meaning, there had to have been blood spilt before the Blue Badger ended up in there. Meaning that the only person that could have killed someone in there, probably theoretically Goodman, was the only ID number we don't have, 777-7777. Quick! Get back to the office. Look up that ID card. Who is it? It's got to be our murderer. And Edgeworth says he can't look up that number because he doesn't have authorization, because numbers that start with a 7 belong to someone with a rank of captain or higher. No spoilers. So someone with a rank of captain or higher, with authority in the police department, could have been the murderer. And just when just as we're wrapping up the case to say we need to go figure this out, we need to go figure out whose ID this belongs to and officially charge them. Fucking Jake Marshall, brother of Neil Marshall, who was killed in the ESL9 incident, corners Lana Skye and says, "Tell me the truth. Look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes. The brother of the victim, of your coworker, my brother who died that day 2 years ago. You look me in the eyes and you tell me that you didn't fabricate evidence for that trial." And she fucking says she did. She says, back then, she says, "I became a lawyer so that I could help fight crime." I'm paraphrasing, but she says, so I could help fight crime to make this world a better place, to stop criminals. But over time, I realized that it wasn't the criminals impeding justice. It was the fucking police department. And so I took matters into my own hands to see that justice was served, even if that meant forging evidence. And the courtroom lights up in horror. People are screaming and shouting and they can't calm anybody down. So they have to fucking end the trial for the day and postpone it because they can't fucking get order back. Utter chaos breaks out in the courtroom. And they have to quickly usher out the defendant and the witnesses, the judge, the jury, and the lawyers. Who is it that said this is like fucking SVU? Someone said this is like straight out of SVU. So, again, I know I'm like a fucking broken record with this. Can you see why I love this case so much? Is this not the most intriguing fucking case of this whole fucking game so far? This is my favorite case. My favorite case. My favorite villain. My favorite mystery. My favorite showdown. This is the best fucking case, I think, Ace Attorney has to offer. There are some great ones, though. When we're done with this, it's not downhill from here. There are some great cases, but this is the fucking GOAT. And that's it. The end. God, I wish that I could take you with me into another one, but I have to end it. So, I'm going to go ahead and wrap there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here with me tonight and doing this. I really appreciate you sticking with me. I appreciate you giving me the chance and the platform to do this goofy fucking performance and for, continuing to support me and the channel. That means a whole lot to me. If you're here for the first time and you had a lot of fun, I want you back here. If you haven't yet followed me here, feel free to follow me on Twitter if you want. Join the Discord. That's where I post most of my announcements. You should be in there if you're not. Thank you for doing these. They're really fun to watch. They are so much for me to do. They're so much fun for me to do. So honestly, the pleasure is mine just to get a chance to be able to do this with you guys. It's one of my favorite series, and there's so much more to go. I'm so happy this has become a Friday tradition. We're gonna be doing this for a bit, and it's just gonna keep pumping out bangers. God, I'm so tempted. I've made this joke before, but I'm suddenly hearing the Critical Role in my head. Like my brain is going, is it Friday yet? Is it Friday yet? Thank you for joining me. And is it Friday yet? So let's go ahead and raid somebody. Let's take this party somewhere else. I will bring you over to Mato. Mato is playing Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. So let's go ahead and go say hi to her. I'm gonna go ahead and set that raid up. Mel during VA application. Listen, if you want to see how good I am, come out to my Friday night court fight. Honestly, no shit, no lie. No lie. I used to do these a couple years ago when I wasn't really working and like people weren't really giving me much of a shot. And I would be lying if I said in the back of my mind there wasn't part of me that was like fantasizing that like someone would stop by and see me putting in work and decide to bring me into the studio. But now I just want to do it because like when I went through these like years ago on stream, I did it, to like 5 people. Rose was there, Rail was there sometimes, Zuffins was there. But now that I've got this amazing, awesome family of misfits, I want you all in on this. I want you to be a part of this. And so I'm so happy we're doing this. I really, really am. I really am. So I'm going to go ahead and set up a raid for Mato. When you get there, go ahead and give her lots of love. She is super awesome. She's super nice. She's super skilled at the games she plays. If you're not one of my subbies, the hearts and the raid symbols are really nice. Sometimes sometimes it bugs out. So like I recommend just like popping one of each in and then copying and pasting, just to be on the safe side. If you are one of my subbies, I'm a big fan of the animated ones. I recommend getting in there with these. Yes, the good old talent coach watching college football trope. Yeah, basically. But without further ado, I'm going to go rest my voice. By the way, voice is in much better shape tonight, right? Like I was a mess last week because I was acting all day. My voice is fine. This is great. So I'm going to go let my housemate upload 8 hours of video or something horrific like that. You misfits, have a wonderful night. Take care of yourselves. Stay hydrated. Be kind to yourself. Get some awesome rest when you do. Go give Mato lots of love. Make her feel really good. Make her night. Make her smile. And I love you a lot. I'll see you all in the next one. All right? Have a wonderful night. Bye-bye.